doing well. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. I hope you guys are having a great day. I wanted to come in really quick and talk about some stuff that I just saw with this interesting situation with Charlamagne and Bill Maher. I saw that Bill Maher and Charlamagne had an episode where Charlamagne was asked some pretty poignant questions about race and racism, and some questions that seem to really kind of free Charlamagne up a little bit. Particularly when it comes to racial inequality and this whole idea of whether or not we should just vote for Biden and versus Trump. And then the other piece about Caitlyn Clark, and I'm actually going to address that too. I'm going to make a note to make sure we hit that topic. And also, if you stay to the end of this short episode, I will give you a stock pick that I like right now because I want you guys to have money in your pocket. Some of you saw, I put this on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. I put up a stock today that we have been talking about extensively this week called Sarepta Therapeutics. And that stock just shot up like a brick. And the thing is, I want you to be there when the good things happen. Now, this doesn't happen every day when it comes to investing, but y'all know that that's where the money's at. And so each day we do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m., which is totally free to the community. Anybody that wants to engage in economic elevation, you're welcome to attend. If you'd like to attend, first follow me on Twitter just for fun, just because I just need good friends. I need smart people on my Twitter. And then number two, also you can text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. We meet 7 days a week. Now, thank you, Deshaun Farad. Deshaun Farad, how you doing, brother? It's so great to see you again because I have so much respect for you. And Deshaun is you're an OG now, man. You've been doing this stuff for 15 years, and I just love you, brother, and I respect you. Hello, Tara Redmond. And Tara says, happy birthday, Dr. Boyce. Thank you. Thank you. And in case you don't know, today is they keep telling me I'm 53 years old, but I don't believe them. That's all fake news because you know how they do. They like to make stuff up. And actually, it's not. I'm not 53. Actually, this is just the 20th anniversary of my 33rd birthday. So I am 33, and I've been 33 20 times over now. And so 20 plus 33 would be 53, but that's all fake news. I ain't 53. I am 33 times 20 or something. I don't know. I got it wrong. Anyway, thank you for the happy birthday wishes, y'all, and I appreciate that very much. And I want to say thank you to my wife and our daughter who went to breakfast with me this morning and went to work out with me. But let's hop into this conversation with Charlamagne and Bill Maher. Give me a yes if you saw this discussion. Did anybody else watch this conversation between Charlamagne and Bill Maher? I thought it was great. I've never met Bill Maher, but I do know Charlamagne, and I haven't talked to him in a while. I think that whole flare up with Angela Rye might have upset him a little bit because Angela Rye, I met her, she wasn't a very nice lady, and I said it publicly, so I think that might have upset him. That these things happen, but it's okay. And at any rate, I respect Charlamagne, and I like him, and one of the big reasons I respect him is because he's a supporter and a friend to Dr. Claude Anderson, who you and I all know about and we love. And his website is Powernomics.com. Every Black person needs to understand Powernomics because this is the solution that will help us to create the community we deserve and stand up against the racism that's out here and fight against that oppression. And so there's a Dr. Anderson when he was on the Breakfast Club. And I remember reaching out to them and talking to them about getting Dr. Anderson on there. And I was so happy he got on there. I'd rather have him on there than have me on there. I was on there 4 times. I don't need to be back on there, but Dr. Anderson needs to be on there because everybody needs to hear his message. But with that said, Charlamagne is the guy who's behind that. I really like him in that way. I know he's not perfect. I know that he's flawed. And I'm sure he'd admit to that. But I think that he's an ally, and I respect him for that. So with that being said, they have this conversation with Maher, who I'm not sure if Maher is an ally or not. I've heard Bill Maher say some weird things about the Black community. I respect him as a thinker, but I'm not really sure how much of a friend he is to Black people or a person that understands Black causes. And but it was a good conversation. You know, the part that I saw, I don't watch a lot of TV, but the parts that I saw that piqued my spidey senses was one question Maher asked Charlamagne about racism. And he was quoting from a speech. I think Biden was, he's doing his whole Negro shuffle, trying to get Black people out to vote. They show up every 4 years. The Democrats do. They show up kind of like the baby daddy showing up at Christmas time, and but not being around for the rest of the year. And at election time, you know, they come around and then they tell you how terrible things are, and they tell you how hard it is to be black, and that they understand that, but they don't actually do anything, right? So when you bring up things like reparations, or you ask them to actually help support black businesses, or give us some resources so that we can build black schools, like it'd be really nice if the black business school could expand nationwide and have 1,000 schools across the country to teach wealth to our children. They kind of flinch at that. They'd rather have black children educated under white people because they want them to control the resources, and they kind of want us as a commodity. We are a commodity for other people. And if you don't know what that means, think of it like this. Imagine that you are a chicken. And if you're a chicken, imagine that you live on a farm where they feed you, but the goal of the farmer is to get you packed up in a truck so they can deliver you to KFC. Like so they don't really care about the chickens. They feed the chickens, but they only feed the chickens to the extent that the chickens can be prepared to be taken off to slaughter. Do you understand? So we are a commodity that is packaged and prepared for delivery to other people, whether they're delivering us to the Democrats for votes every 4 years, or they're delivering us to the corporate plantation to go work for massa every day, or they're delivering our athletes to the NBA, NFL, and the NCAA, or they're delivering your black sons to the penitentiary. We are a commodity. Do you understand? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. So effectively, I don't really see a lot of promise there. I don't see a lot of hope there. I don't see a lot of empowerment there. And so anyway, Biden gave that speech, and somebody made a point. I think Maher made a point where Biden said something about being black means you have to work 10 times harder to get the same thing, or something like that. Just kind of patronizing stuff. I really don't believe him. And anyway, he asked Charlamagne about that. Like, do you think that it's 10 times harder for a black man in America than a white man? And Charlamagne said something that made sense. He said something like, well, maybe 5 times harder. And I get that, right? I think that that's a perfectly fine answer. And I'm going to ask y'all this question before I begin to dig into what I think. How many of you think that it's 5 times harder for a black person to be successful than a white person? How many of you think, give me a yes if you think that it's 5 times harder in America for a black person to achieve the same economic level as a white person, that it's 5 times harder for a black person to achieve the same level of society, whatever that means, as a white person? How many of you think it's 5 times harder? How many of you think it's 5 times harder for a black person to just reach the same level as a white person, whatever that means? I don't even know exactly what they're saying when they talk about success, because we've discussed this here. And when we do economic consciousness every morning, I challenge you all to really think about what success even looks like, because I think that it's the incorrect definition of success that causes us to chase waterfalls, false dreams, and situations that only make our lives worse. Okay, so a lot of you are saying yes. Some of you are saying more than 5 times. Lawrence says more than 5 times. AR says 10x. Okay. Notorious Hop says 20x. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to argue. Here's what I'm going to throw out here. I'm going to throw out some variables that are worthy of consideration that I think that we should consider when you talk about the difficulties of achieving a certain level of success if you're black versus if you're white. So let's process it this way. When I got my PhD in finance, I finished in 2002. I know that's a long time ago. Some of y'all might have been children when I finished my doctorate. Do you know? Give me an answer in the chat. How many other African American males or females do you think graduated that year? There were hundreds of finance PhDs given out that year. How many of them do you think were African American, male or female? Put a number in the chat. Just guess. Make a wild guess. Come on, wild crazy guess. What do you think? How many others? What do you think? I'm gonna give you a second to answer, and then I'm gonna give you the answer. Because some of you have been listening to me, you know the answer. It's 0. Absolutely 0. Not 1, not a 1. 0. Absolutely 0. My wife went through her PhD program. My wife, in case you don't know, not only is she the most beautiful woman I've ever met in my life, but she also happens to be a licensed therapist, a full professor of social work, and a doctorate in social work. And in case you don't know, it's really hard to be a full professor. So shout out to the black women who are kicking ass and taking names. I'll never be one of those men who insult you because you worked hard and accomplished things. I think that men have to step your game up. And if you can't handle a woman that's successful, then just go get you a loser. There's plenty of them out there. You can go date Sexy Red or something. I want the black women who got brains, the booty and the brains. You can have both. So my wife got both. She got all of that. So she started her PhD program. And there were 5 black people in the program. Guess how many out of that 5 actually made it to the finish line? Out of 5 people, how many others got to the finish line along with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins? I'm going to answer for you. It's 0. Not 1. Just like a sniper taking their heads off. Pop, 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 pop. None of them graduated. All of them dedicated their lives to getting through that program. Not one of them finished. Not one. So here's what I want to go back to. Let's circle back to Bill Maher and his old raggedy ass. Sir, how dare you, with your balding gray hair and your big funny nose, even insinuate for 1 second that you understand on any level what it's like to be a black man or black woman in this country? How dare you, man? How dare you, dude? You have never ever gone. You ain't got no idea what some of us had to go through to get here. And I'm talking about the PhD process again, where people, black people, every black person I knew got picked off by that racist system somewhere along the way. They didn't make it. They didn't not get to the finish line because they were lazy. They did not make the finish line because they were stupid. They did not get that opportunity because something was wrong with them or they were inferior. I know that's what you want to believe. I know you want to believe that white males are magical and that they have fairy dust coming out of their ass, which allows them to just do things that nobody else can do. But the reality is that the reason that I was that I literally went to Syracuse University, where they had never promoted not one single black finance professor in the 100-year history of that school, is because of this thing called systematic racism, bro. It's systematic racism. The reason Elena Kagan, who's now in the Supreme Court, when Elena Kagan was nominated for the Supreme Court, I got a call from the Obama administration asking me to support this lady. And we looked at her record. And do you know that when she was the dean of Harvard Law School, pay attention now, pay attention. When she was the dean of Harvard Law School, Elena Kagan hired 31 people, and she hired nothing but white males, 1 Asian, and 1 white female, or something crazy like that. She did not hire 1 single African American for Harvard Law School. Not 1. But yet somehow you think that it's just as easy for us as it is for you. It's insanity to think that it's the same. It's insanity. White males don't live in a world where they can go into a situation where every single person gets eliminated except for one, or they go 50, 70, 80 years without hiring a single white male. But there are many places I could point to, and this was part of my battle with Syracuse University. In case you don't know my history, I was on the faculty there for 12 years, and I brought it up to him. I said, dude, isn't it crazy that you have several departments I could point to that haven't promoted not one black person in a 100-year history? Imagine if you went 100 years without promoting a white man. Do you think that would even happen? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So I'm going to just jump on that point right there and just say that not only is Bill Maher just horrifically and embarrassingly incorrect on this particular topic, he's not even qualified to have the fucking conversation. The only reason that you're even able to have that conversation is because of white privilege. Because if you were a black man, you probably wouldn't even be sitting across from Charlamagne. Because you couldn't have overcome you couldn't have done what he did to get there. You couldn't have overcome all the things he overcame. Again, one of the things I respect about Charlamagne, I know y'all got mixed feelings about this man. I get it. He can be goofy sometimes. We know these things. But the reason I respect him is because I remember when Wendy Williams, I used to go to the Wendy Williams show back when Wendy was killing radio. She was one of the best hosts I ever saw, one of the most professional. Diddy tried to run her out of town when she was letting everybody know how gay the rappers were. She was, in case y'all don't know, Wendy Williams deserves a lot of credit for the fact that she was one of the first ones to really point out what was really going on in hip hop. and Diddy didn't like it, so Diddy ran her out of town. Wendy was so extraordinary that Wendy broke her way back into the New York market and then took the whole thing over. She took over the shit. That's how good Wendy was. So shout out to Wendy Williams. I know she's struggling right now, but I met Wendy on many, many occasions, sat with her for hours. Love that lady. She was very nice to me, always respectful. Charlamagne was her co-host at the time. When Wendy Williams left to go to TV, and she left in a very bad situation. There was a lot going on at that radio station. I don't know everything, but I know a few people there. Charlamagne went back to South Carolina without a gig. And even though he was back in South Carolina without a gig, he kept on hosting radio. He would call me every week and ask me to be on his show, which was some little crappy public access show that nobody listened to. And I only did the interviews because I felt sorry for him. I said, you know, if somebody, if I was going through a tough time, I'd want somebody to talk to me too. And he'd have me on, and it'd be like an hour long. And I'd think, oh my God, I don't have time to talk for an hour, but I did it anyway just to be kind. And so to see him come back to where he is now, I'm very proud of him. I've seen the journey. I have a lot of respect for that. Right. Again, a lot of it comes with shenanigans. I think hip hop is a bullshit industry. I think that overall hip hop is unfortunately, it's a place that's full of ignorance, a lot of 45, 50-year-old teenagers, a lot of debaucherous behavior, a lot of negativity. But at the very least, Charlamagne is trying to bring some sort of intelligence into that space. He's a supporter of guys like Farrakhan and Dr. Claude Anderson and others. And I admire that. So if you compare the trajectory in terms of what Charlamagne had to overcome to sit in that seat across from Maher, compared to what Maher had to overcome as a white guy, there is no comparison. I don't think that Maher could have overcome all those things. That's my point. I don't think that Bill Maher is a guy that is qualified to even discuss the black experience in America, because you don't know what it's like to be black. You ain't never been black, man. I know you probably got a black girlfriend or something. He's probably had sex with a lot of black women. He seems like that type of guy. But then sometimes they get comfortable and they think they can say anything that they want to us. But he does not understand, because like Kendrick Lamar said, they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. You ain't like me. Yeah, I'm not like you. So let's just understand that we're different. And I think that sort of interesting sort of liberal condescension, where they want to sun us and talk to us like we're children and explain the black experience to us. I don't know about everybody else, but that's just insulting. It's irritating. Nobody wants to hear that crap. Let me tell you what it's like to be a black man. Don't you tell me what it's like. You can't. I'm 53 years old, man. Don't you dare tell me what I had to go through and what it should have felt like. You don't know what it was like to be born on Father's Day when my father wasn't even there. My father wasn't even in the room. I was born on Father's Day. I think I was a pretty damn good Father's Day gift. My father wasn't even in the room. He was all probably getting high or something. He spent years in prison for drugs. You don't know what it's like to go through the poverty. You don't know what it's like to break through that damn public school system as a little black boy. You don't know what it's like dealing with situations in the 90s where all the black men, so many black males I knew, were getting life in prison and getting shot in the head. My best friend, Greg Wilkins, in Louisville, Kentucky, got shot in the head in front of his daughter. You don't understand that. You don't have a clue. You have no idea. So you somehow want to tell me that the average white boy, has an experience that is equivalent to the one that I had to go through to get in the seat that I'm in right now. You can take that nonsense and shove it up your whole entire ass. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, y'all. This makes me so mad that I got to cuss a little bit on this, because it's audacious. It's mighty white of you to think that you have the authority to you don't even have the right to even be in the conversation, dude. Your opinion does not matter on any of this. So anyway, with that said, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to move to the next topic because I'm getting heated right now. If y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And also, you see that URL on the screen, blackkeystogreatness.com. I do have a life class called Black Keys to Greatness, which is basically keys to success, how to manage your time, how to set goals, how to overcome obstacles, all that. I put that in there. It's totally free. It's rocket fuel. It's a gift. If you guys would like to have access to that, just go to blackkeystogreatness.com. And also with Black Keys to Greatness, we meet every Wednesday night and we do Powernomics training. We don't just talk about how much we love Dr. Claude Anderson. We study him. We've been reading his books, and I've been doing this every Wednesday night for about 6 years now, consistently. So if you'd like to join us for Powernomics training, you can just go to blackkeystogreatness.com. It's 100% free. So feel free to join us in the Black Business School. It's all online. You don't have to go anywhere. All right. So with that said, let's to hit another topic that they kind of discussed. Charlamagne, when he was on the Bill Maher show, they also talked about this issue with Caitlyn Clark. And I thought that was really interesting. There was a conversation about whether or not Caitlyn Clark, I guess, should have been picked for the Olympic team. And and how Caitlyn Clark compares to the black players in the league. Now, Caitlyn Clark, in case you don't know who she is, she's kind of like this white Wonder Woman or something. She's like she's the new Larry Bird, I think, in the minds of other people. She's Elvis Presley, she's Eminem, all these things, right? And what I mean by that, I don't even mean that in an insulting way, because I think Caitlyn Clark's a great basketball player at the college level. She was extraordinary at the college level. She did great things at the college level. She didn't win championships, but she did a great job at the college level. Now, it's really actually a stretch for me to call her a Larry Bird, because the difference between Caitlyn Clark and Larry Bird is that Larry Bird didn't just do great things at the college level. Larry Bird did great things at the professional level. And so this rivalry between Caitlyn Clark and Angel Reese has tremendous economic potential, because it leans on pre-existing racial tensions that have always existed in America. We know that generally speaking, in America, which is a country that really hasn't dealt with and acknowledged its racism, we know that people like to see that sort of shape up between a black person and a white person. They like that, right? That's and I know I like it. It's kind of fun to watch, right? So it kind of goes back into that Bird versus Magic stuff, or maybe you go back into boxing, where that movie The Great White Hype with Damon Wayans, where they had the mediocre white boy against the black heavyweight champion, or Jake Paul against Mike Tyson. What in the hell does Jake Paul have any business doing in the ring with Mike Tyson? But then again, why is Mike Tyson in the ring at the age of 60? Well, the reason Tyson's trying to go in the ring at the age of 60, which is way too old to be boxing, and the reason Jake Paul even gets the chance to even be in the ring with him, even though he couldn't hold his jockstrap, is because of race. You get the young white guy against the old, aging, tired ass black man, and you're thinking maybe the white guy has a chance. So they're going to walk in there and get a big fat $100 million payday, probably maybe even $250 million, because everybody wants to see that. So Caitlyn Clark is a multi-billion-dollar commodity because of that. Potentially speaking, she has not proven herself. She's only proven that she's good at the college level, and that's the difference between her and Angel Reese versus Bird and Magic. Bird and Magic were rivals in college, and they took the rivalry to the next level, and they then competed in the NBA championship, not just in one, but in several championships, where it was going back and forth from the West Coast to the East Coast. So it's black versus white. It was absolutely the perfect storm that propelled the NBA to become a massive multi-billion-dollar entity. Way to go. There's no evidence yet to say that Caitlyn Clark is going to be able to do that for the WNBA. The WNBA is losing money. First off, they're way behind financially. Number two, her team sucks. Number three, there are at least probably 30 or 40 black women in the WNBA, and some white women too, who are better, just flat out better than Caitlyn Clark. So the odds that Caitlyn and Angel will be able to duplicate the basketball miracle that was Bird and Magic are almost slim to none. They're really slim to none. And also, the reality is that we know that she's not even one of the top 10, top 15 players in the league. But then again, basketball is a business. People forget that it's a business. And by virtue of it being a business, it means that, we want to believe that the talent is the only thing that matters and who's the best player and all this other stuff. But really, it's the marketing. Caitlyn is great for marketing. That's why Ice Cube, who's a friend to this platform, he's been on here a couple of times. Ice Cube offered Caitlyn Clark $5 million to come play in the Big Three. I don't think Ice Cube's a smart man. I talked to him a few times, and I don't think for one second Ice Cube believes that Caitlyn Clark is the best player that he could sign. I think he wanted to sign Caitlyn Clark because she's the most marketable player that he could sign. So to some extent, that's what convolutes the conversation about Caitlyn Clark, is because you're blending business with the perception that sports is a meritocracy. You're blending the business of selling tickets and selling merch and branding and filling up the stadiums with you're convoluting that with the other side of it, where we want to believe that basketball is all about who can hit the most jump shots and who can score the most championships. If you go in that second category of pure talent, then you got to go look at somebody like A'ja Wilson. A'ja Wilson is a beast. She's won 2 championships. She's 10 times better than Caitlyn Clark. If I'm trading for the best player, I'm going for A'ja every day of the week. Asia, I hope I said it right. If I said it wrong, please forgive me, Asia, if you heard this. But if I'm looking to fill up the stands and I'm looking to make basketball into a business, then I'm going to go get me a Caitlyn Clark to play next to Asia, because that's the winning formula. That way you're making the money and you are winning the games. You got the flash and you got the substance. And so that right now Caitlyn Clark is just flash. And so the racial controversy and the racial conversation, I think, just centers around the fact that America is a racially divided country. And I think that conversation about Caitlyn Clark and kind of like sort of injecting racism into the way America is responding to Caitlyn Clark, which was actually what Charlamagne and Bill Maher sort of brought up was the difference in terms of how people are treated. I think Charlamagne mentioned that Asia is a better player, and it's racism that Caitlyn Clark gets all the attention, and it could be, right? But it's also, it could be just be this very basic idea that people somehow forget to acknowledge, which is that honestly, I think white people are human, right? Let me ask y'all this simple question. When you watch a game, how many of you love to see the black person win? Or when you are watching a movie, how many of you like it when the black person lives? How many of y'all like to see when the black person is doing better than everybody else? When Tiger Woods played golf, if you could get past the politics of it all, how many of you were happy to see Tiger Woods, kick the asses of like 300 of the best white golfers in the world? Like, I thought that was cool. I loved it. I love seeing that one black man go out there and dominate everyone else. I love watching. How many of y'all enjoy watching Venus and Serena? And watching those two go into white dominated tennis and just take the whole damn thing over. They literally swallowed all of tennis, and they didn't even need a whole bunch of them. It was like us. We're so amazing sometimes that for us it could be 1 versus 1,000, and we'll defeat the 1,000, right? So how many of you felt that way? A lot of you felt that way. I know I did. So truth be told, if you're really honest about it and just direct about it, I think white people like to see themselves, on the court too. They kind of, sometimes I bet deep down they want to cheer for the white guy, just like we want to cheer for the black guy. And I don't think that necessarily makes you a racist bastard, because I never lived under the illusion that a white man is going to love me as much as he loves himself. I never believed that he's going to care about my community as much as he cares about his own community. I never thought that he was going to care about my family as much as he cares about his own, because I don't care about his family. I don't care about his community. I don't love him more than I love myself. And so I think that is what you really see. So in the reality is that if Caitlyn Clark were a basketball player in Kenya, then things would completely flip and be to her disadvantage, because there are far more black people in Kenya than there are white people. But you live in America, and white people dominate in terms of numbers and population. So when you have a star that is melanin deficient, like Caitlyn Clark, right? She's damn good, but if she was black, it'd be like, oh wow, look, yet another amazing black basketball player, right? We don't have a shortage of Caitlyn Clarks in our community. We got about 1,000 of them. Seriously, we have, we don't have a shortage of great black rappers. We don't have a shortage of great black basketball players. Those are two things we will never run out of. Right. If she were black, she'd be another great player. She'd be great like Asia. She's not even great as Asia. We got a lot of players that are not even as good as Asia. But she would just be maybe almost like a Cheryl Miller, maybe almost like a even Brittany Griner, and just some of these other black players that are in the league that have dominated. We know that we do what we do. But Caitlyn is special because she's one of the few that's actually able to keep up with us at that level. And she also did it on a big stage. Now, again, there have been some white players that are pretty good too, that play for UConn and stuff like that. But for the most part, she's just unique because she did what she did at a very high level on a big stage, and she happens to have the complexion for the connection. So if I am a melanin deficient American, that's what we're going to call them. We're not going to make fun of their disability. I'm playing. I'm being silly. I'm being mean right now. Then I'm going to want to come to the game, and I'm going to want to see her. And that means that I'm going to buy my ticket. I'm going to buy my jersey. I'm going to spend my money, and that money piles up when you multiply that by about 10 million, 20 million. And next thing you know, the WNBA is elevated because you've got this Elvis Presley, Eminem, Larry Bird-ish kind of figure that you can promote with the league. And I don't think there's anything sinister or terrible about that. I think that the injection of race into the conversation is it's not so much a reflection of Caitlyn and who she is or the players in the WNBA. It's really a reflection of us. It's really a reflection of our country. Our country has never gotten over race. It's never gotten over racial division. It hasn't. Whites and blacks see the world differently. We just do. That's not always a terrible thing. Sometimes it's bad. Sometimes it's good. The OJ trial 30 years ago showed us how divided America was. And because we don't really confront race in an honest way, the divisions remain and the divisions continue to grow. So we end up seeing alternative realities. So I think that the conversation about when it came to the conversation about Caitlyn, I felt like both Charlamagne and Bill were a little bit misguided. So I think Charlamagne felt that Asia not getting the same attention as Caitlyn was driven partly by racism. I don't completely agree. I think that it's built by a type of structural racial disparity in that, yeah, whites run the league, whites control the media, whites dominate the population, but that really speaks to our lack of desire to build our own sports leagues. I think that the fact that we're not institutionally oriented, we're not sort of focused on developing the infrastructure to build our own institutions, that becomes partly our fault as well. With all the great black athletes you have, there's no reason why you should not have your own sports league. You had the Negro leagues and you threw it all away because you were so excited to get a Jackie Robinson. And I'm going to tell y'all to the end, to the day I die, that was a loss. Dr. Claude Anderson would agree with me 100%. You traded a whole damn league so one Negro could have a damn job. You traded all of the billions of dollars in wealth that was to be created by having a system so you can have one piece of worthless symbolism. One person got a job, Massa wrote him a check, and you were all so excited that you forgot that now 1,000 people are going to starve so that one man could eat. So you should have your own sports league. Now, here's where Maher was wrong. I think Maher brought up Serena Williams as a counterexample to say, that well, because they cheer for Serena Williams, then that's not, that doesn't show that we're racist. We cheer for everybody, and I kind of get that. But if you really saw the way Serena was treated all through professional tennis, she wasn't always treated very well. I think that there was always a lot of suspicion thrust on her and a lot of mistreatment that she did not deserve. And so you can't pretend like Serena's experience was always, flowers and pigtails. But at the same time, though, there was respect that was given to her. The same way that there are people that respect Caitlyn Clark. So I don't think that was even a conversation that needed to be had, because I don't even know if racism has to be part of that discussion. If you want to talk about race with Caitlyn Clark, it really comes down to race and economics. There are more white people in America than there are black people. White people have more money than black people. So those who are on platforms that require massive numbers of people in order for you to generate revenue at a certain level, you're naturally going to have an advantage if you're white, because I believe white people, generally speaking, want to see people that look like them. That's why Elvis Presley could sing the same song as a black man with more talent and still sell more records. And it's not people saying that they think he's better necessarily. It's just people saying that we like it when he sings it, and not so much when the black guy sings it. Not because we hate black people, but because we just like ourselves. And I think those are two different things. And if you don't like that, then I think you have to find some other way to approach these economic problems. I say to you that it just baffles me that when you talk about these institutional problems with media and sports leagues, that we haven't really sat and had constructive conversations about how to develop leagues of our own. And also this sort of idea that we can sort of be playing on somebody else's field and be treated the exact same as them is, I think, a false idea. I've never gone through life thinking that as a black man, I'm going to be viewed the same as a white guy. I've never sat next to the white guy in his house, in his space, in an institution built in his image, and truly felt that somehow I'm going to be treated exactly like him, because I think that is fundamentally unrealistic. That's as realistic as thinking that a white guy could come to the barbecue in the hood at your grandma's house and be treated like he's a cousin. He's not going to be treated like a cousin. He's going to be treated like the white boy who came to visit. And as long as he acts right, we will love him, we will respect him, we will accept him. But if he starts acting weird and doing weird stuff that's normal in his community but abnormal in ours, we're going to put him out. So ultimately, I would say to you that those who feel uncomfortable in these white spaces, black faces in white spaces, black people in black spaces, black faces in high places, whatever it is that you think you're trying to do, you got to understand the terrain within which you're operating. You got to think about, what court am I playing on? And it is a lack of commitment to developing black-owned institutions that causes us to constantly be in situations where we're playing on the opposition's court. We're always playing away games, and we're trying to win on somebody else's court where they make the rules and all the fans are cheering for them, and they put the basket exactly where they want it to be. And then we wonder why we keep losing the game. Dr. Claude Anderson is the person that every college graduate in our community needs to hear, because he's the guy that explains it all. He has a great book called Powernomics. In the book Powernomics, and I know Charlamagne loves the book Powernomics. Dr. Anderson told me that Charlamagne and Tiffany Haddish flew to his house to sit and talk to him, as they should. Every smart person should sit with this man, because he explains to you that part of the reason that you're always a day late, a dollar short, in last place, feeling discriminated against, is because you're training yourselves on the wrong things. You're training your children to go and serve a bigger master, as opposed to becoming the leader themselves. So when you had even guys like Damon Dash, who was, I know Damon, I talked to him a lot. He went on the Breakfast Club and he talks all day about being a boss and what that really means. I was really happy about that conversation, because we got to have more conversations like that in our community, because we have some kids that are too talented to be somebody else's bitch. We have some kids coming out of college that are too smart to be somebody else's subordinate. We have some kids coming out of our universities that are just too bright, too talented, too capable to sit up under somebody else and simply be a guy with a job. Instead, we have to have people that are builders. And the question is, where are the builders at? Because if you don't have builders in your community, then you never have infrastructure. If you never have infrastructure, then you never have power. Because if you're in a situation where someone else owns the infrastructure, somebody else is making the rules, then you're always going to feel like you are a subordinate. You're going to feel like you are a second-class citizen. So that is what Dr. Claude Anderson teaches us, which is why I think that his ideas are so dangerous, because once you start serving yourself, then you no longer can serve your master. Right. So your master, your pimp, the person who is benefiting from all the effort that you're putting into building his institutions, building his sports leagues, building his communities, building his wealth. Well, he doesn't want to see a Claude Anderson coming, because he says, damn, if Black people start working for themselves and supporting themselves and building for themselves, they go back and build the Negro leagues. If the Negro leagues had built for themselves, then they couldn't be building for Major League Baseball. You understand? So this is one of the reasons why AKA Black empowerment, or whatever you want to call this, is such a dangerous threat. The only type of Black empowerment that is accepted in America is typically going to be empowerment that is pretty fake, that is superficial. The only type of empowerment that is going to be accepted by America, for the most part, is the empowerment in which you pretend to be empowered and you think you're empowered, but you're only empowered because they gave you the power. Do you understand? So, but the reality about power is that if somebody really gives you the power, then that means that you really don't have any power 9 times out of 10, because people don't typically give power away. So these conversations from people like Dr. Anderson are so important, and these are conversations we have to lead. I don't think a Bill Maher is qualified nor capable of having a conversation like that. The closest he'll get to talking to a Claude Anderson is a Charlamagne who's influenced by people like that, and that's why you saw the conflict. I don't think that even liberal white males, listen, pay attention now. I don't think that most liberal white males are comfortable talking to truly empowered Black men. I don't think that liberal white males feel good talking to Black men who have enough agency and self-equity to really sit there and say, I don't love you, I don't hate you, I don't admire you, I don't dislike you, but I don't need anything from you. Like there's no validation you can give to me. If you pat me on my head and say, good job, boy, or you're so smart, boy, or you're so articulate, I'm not going to feel better about myself because you said that. And so that very subtle kind of white supremacy that exists in America, you have to really be conscious of it to even know that it's there. That very subtle paternalism that often comes from liberals as much as conservatives. When that loses its value, it becomes a very awkward conversation. I don't think that they're used to talking to Black men who truly show up as men. I really don't believe that. And so really, to me, I think that there's another level to the conversation. I don't know if we've ever gotten to that point, but I will say this. I thought the conversation was kind of interesting, but it was really not a conversation for Black people, because there's nothing magical about talking to a white guy about our problems that makes our problems go away. Talking to Bill Maher only means that lots of white people saw the conversation, and whatever Black people watched that show saw the conversation. But there's nothing progressive or powerful about Charlamagne having this conversation with Bill Maher that somehow means that the conversation is more relevant. What really needs to happen is the conversation between us, the conversation that you're having with your kids, the conversation you're having with your brother, the conversation you're having with your family, the conversation you're having when you get together and start that family investment club or that family business, or that conversation that you're having with your kids where you talk to them about being an owner versus a renter, being an investor versus a spender, being a wealth builder, right? And building for the next generation and developing enough institutional infrastructure that you don't have to go across the street or beg for a job or beg for anything because you've got enough right there at home. We haven't reached that point yet, but I believe that one day we will. It's just going to require us to really understand what's going on. All right. So anyway, guys, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you want to, I have a training that you want to take a look at if you'd like. It's really good. Everybody likes it. It's called How to Make Money Without Working. And it involves generating income by selling stock options. It does work, and I talked to a lot of students about it, and I know some of you are doing great things with this, and I'm super excited for you. And my belief is that if you're able to make your own money in the right way, then you're going to be a little freer, a little bolder, a little more capable to get things done. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and I'll send you the training. You can take a look at it, and it does connect to our Prime program, which basically is all about stock options. My doctorate's in finance, and that's what I do. So feel free to go text the word money to 87948. All right. So let's finish up this conversation. So we're talking about Charlamagne and Bill Maher and this discussion they had where they sort of talked about race and voting and everything else. And I fully expect that Charlamagne he's a guy that does a great job of really challenging just some of the nonsense that sort of gets done by the Democratic Party in every election. And I like the fact that he does that. The unfortunate reality is that I think that there's a limitation to exactly how much he's able to do in the position that he's in. And so what I fully expect is that no matter how much we talk about, about getting something for our vote or getting tangibles or what the Democratic Party is doing to us, there are certain people, and I think Charlamagne might be in that category, and I don't say this in a disparaging way, but, at the end of the day, the conclusion when it comes to crunch time in the election is I'm going to go ahead and vote for Biden. And that's kind of what I think he's going to do. That's what he's expected to do. And I think that's what a lot of people are going to do. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I personally will say this. I think that when you talk about the election, I think that the election conversation has to be a little broader than the one that we're having. The election conversation to me is not, it just can't be Trump versus Biden. Trump versus Biden to me is a very boring conversation. It's, do you pick the old senile white guy or do you pick the old racist white guy, right? Because I do think Trump is a racist, but at the same time, I don't care as much that he's a racist. I just think he's kind of a guy that's not good to lead a country. I know his history. I've studied him for a very long time. I don't think he's a guy who he's almost like the white Kanye West. I think that there's a reason why him and Kanye got along. I told you about my many conversations with Kanye. I did not enjoy them. I just don't like people that sort of have these almost insanely narcissistic outsized egos. I don't think people like that are really built for leadership because they've forgotten one simple rule about leadership, which is that leadership is service. Leadership means that your job is to sacrifice for the people you lead, not to have them worship you like a god. And so I've never met Donald Trump, but I'm not. But from what I know, I'm not surprised that he and Kanye West kind of get along because both of those guys are just not very good leaders, in my opinion, because they have not really self-actualized to the point where they understand that they need to be part of something bigger than themselves. So with that being said, I think that it's a very boring, very unhelpful, almost unintelligent, very sad conversation when we get to arguing about Trump versus Biden. I don't even want that to even, if you ever talk to me about this, I don't want to talk about that. I want us to say, okay, well, what else is there? Right? To me, the next conversation needs to be, okay, what lies outside the matrix? Right. And in order for us to really analyze in an honest way what lies outside the matrix, first off, we have to have the courage to go outside of the matrix. Right, go have the courage to go outside of the whole Diddy vote or die nonsense that he used to do and all this other stuff, and we have to get to the point where we can say, okay, you know what? I refuse to allow you to put me in a position where these are the only two choices I have. Right, I refuse to let you box me into the point where I got to pick option A or option B when I really need you. I need an option C, and if you can't give me an option C, then I'm gonna bust out of this bitch and create an option C. Do you understand what I'm saying? I am not your slave. I'm not here. I'm not dumb enough, nor am I weak enough, nor am I gullible enough to let you back me into a corner to the point where you're having me choose. Do you want to eat rotten eggs or horse shit? I don't want either one. I don't like rotten eggs and I don't like horse shit. So why are you telling me that those are my only two choices and that I got to pick one? I ain't got to do nothing. I don't have to do anything you tell me to do. I'm going to do what works best for me and the people that I love. And I would encourage you to consider that. I'm not telling you how to change the conversation. I know some of you are going to vote for Trump, some of you are going to vote for Biden. Go do that, please. Enjoy yourself. Like, just really, if that makes you feel good, do it. Do the whole damn thing. Put the little button on that says I voted. That's fine. But then you got to really think about what matters to you. What is your goal? What the hell are you trying to do? What are we trying to solve? How are we moving the needle? How's the world going to change because we were here? I don't think that any of us who have kids or grandkids or nieces or nephews or cares about anybody outside ourselves, I don't think any of us want to walk away from this world knowing that we left our kids and grandkids the same bullshit options that were given to us. Can we at least agree on that? Can we at least agree that we would like our children to have options? Like the options to do what they want to do, like more options than the ones we had. Can we at least agree on that? Give me a yes if we can at least agree that we want our kids and grandkids to have better options than we had. And then some of y'all are going even further. Some of y'all leaving your kids stock options, which will put them in an amazing position. They don't have to work for anybody if you do it right. So given that we all agree that we want to give our children more options than we had, then that's going to require us to have some uncomfortable conversations with ourselves, with each other, and with our oppressor. That's it, right? So to me, if you wake up and you say, "Gosh, what matters to me?" Oh, what matters to me is I want my life to be better. What matters to me is I need my family's life to be better. What matters to me is I want my community to be better. And what matters to me is I want to leave an adequate legacy for my kids and grandkids so that they don't think I was some loser who didn't give a damn about nothing except liquor, weed, and wasting time and wasting money and going to the strip club and putting my money in stripper thongs and all this other nonsense, right? My kids ain't gonna be having a GoFundMe account opened up, so they can bury me where they got to go beg the church to go donate so that they can have enough money to put me in a casket. Like, that's not gonna be my legacy, right? So when you focus on the things that matter and don't allow yourself to be distracted by the things that do not matter, then I believe that means you have a completely different conversation. I also think that means that you step off the grid and you start looking at solutions that lie outside of the box that Massa gave you. The Massa, it was somebody else that really gave you that whole Democrat Republican box. I'm just going to tell you the truth. They're the ones who gave that to you. So to me, part of freedom means having the agency within yourself to say, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me these rights. But I'm going to go and pursue the rights that actually matter, the things that are actually going to lead to the results that I'm looking for. So let me give you a real life example. Let me break this down to make it more concrete. I saw today something really interesting. I really want to address this more. I saw a brother that you probably know about by the name of Kwame Brown out of Detroit. Anybody remember Kwame Brown? He was the mayor of Detroit in the early 2000s. He was the first hip hop mayor. He was a young guy, very smart. And man, he just really went through it. My brother went to prison and everything else. And again, I know some of you, I got a lot of friends from Detroit. I know some of y'all love Kwame, some of you don't. It's okay to have whatever opinion you want. I will say that most people I know, at least my crowd, most of the people I talk to that know Detroit and know Kwame, at the very least, they have some empathy for the fact that they know that Kwame was probably not the only person in politics that was doing some of the stuff that he got sent to prison for. They know that the white guys do it too, but when you're a black man and you come in as the first hip hop mayor and all this other stuff, you know that they're gonna have you on the crossing block. Again, for a Bill Maher, that's one of those other many examples where being black is harder than being white. If Kwame Brown were a white guy, if he were Ken Brown or something, Ken the white guy, I don't think Kwame would be in prison. I think Kwame might in fact, he'd be president of the United States. He'd be Donald Trump or something, because I'm willing to bet you that Donald Trump has probably broken the law a whole lot more times than Kwame Brown, and Donald Trump only got convicted once, right? So anyway, with that being said, one of the things I think that we should really think about is, the danger of I keep saying Kwame Brown. I meant to say Kwame Kilpatrick. Did I say Kwame Brown? I'm so sorry. Kwame Brown's the basketball player who hates my guts for some reason. Kwame Kilpatrick is the mayor of Detroit. Thank you for correcting me. I keep saying Brown. I am so sorry. Forgive me for doing that. And Lord Jesus, I know I pissed Kwame Brown off the first time. I hope he don't get mad again now. But then again, if he gets mad, that's his issue. Anyway, so sorry. I meant to say Kwame Kilpatrick. Sorry for that. So please forgive me for doing that. Okay, so Kwame Kilpatrick. Let me talk about Kwame Kilpatrick a little bit more. So here's the thing. I don't really know. I think that sometimes when we have ambition and we have dreams and we have goals, sometimes we have the wrong dream. Like sometimes I think we have the wrong goal. Like Barack Obama, I think Barack Obama had the wrong goal. Like his dream was, I want to be president of the United States. I think that if your goal is to benefit the black community, I don't think that being president of the United States or even mayor of Detroit is the best way to really get that done because you're playing basketball on somebody else's home court. You know, you're kind of in a system that definitely wasn't built for you, that was designed with other people in mind. And also, the other people kind of make the rules and they sort of can put a spotlight on you and say, you know, say he's the corrupt one. He's the one who is who was breaking the law. None of us were breaking the law, but just him. And then next thing you know, people who are breaking the law on a regular basis, very corrupt people, can point the finger at you and make it appear that you're the only person engaged in corruption. That's sort of the game that they play. They kind of circle you in that way. And I think that it puts black men in danger. I really do. I think that any black man who is prominent and well respected, and you live in a space where you're surrounded by people who are not like you are very, very vulnerable because the minute that you are out of line or they decide they just are done with you, they have the capacity to easily ruin you. And so I think that a Kwame Kilpatrick or Barack Obama could have been much more impactful in the black community if they'd done something a little bit more off the grid. So one example might be, let's say Barack Obama said, you know what, I'm done with this White House stuff. You know, I got just enough credibility from white folks to get black folks to trust me. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to go find an HBCU that needs my support. And I'm going to go run that HBCU. I'm going to raise, $5 billion for this school and make this the best educational institution for black people in the entire country. I think that would be more impactful to the black community than being president of the United States because you're able to basically send the medicine right to the bloodstream. Right. Instead of you being diluted where you are president and all you can do is say, well, I'd like to do more for black people, but I can't. And I can't just do stuff for only black people. Remember, he said that so many times where he was explaining to us, all these times where he's like, this after we all voted for him, he's like, well, I can't do anything just for black people. I'm like, well, then why'd you ask me to come vote just for you? What if I shown up and say, well, I can't just vote for you. I got to vote for the Republicans too. Whatever. Like that would not have applied. So I voted specifically for you. So you better do something specifically for me. If you get, that's called reciprocity, right? So what happens is, and I want you to understand is, let me know if you get the point. When you are defining success, when you define black success by simply being a black face in a white space, that's not really success in my opinion. I don't think that a black face in a white space is the best that we can do. I think that the best we can do is a black face in a black space. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Tell me if you got that. I want us to meditate on this point for a moment. Do you get what I'm saying? A black face in a white space is not as impactful as a black face in a black space. Think about it. It's as basic as being a good parent. If I want to be a good parent, and I haven't meditated on it. I don't have good knowledge of self. If I want to be a great parent, I might make the mistake of saying, if I go out into the world and I save the world and I become famous and rich and important and make $1 billion, then I'll be a great parent. My children will be so proud of me, and my kids will really look up to me because I was on TV and I became a Hollywood star and whatever, right? Right. That's tempting to think, right? But that's wrong, right? Because then what happens is you're out here chasing the world, you're out here doing all this other stuff. You ain't never home, your kid don't never see you. With your daughter's got a ballet recital, you can't make it because you're off doing all this important shit that you think is going to impress a damn 7-year-old, but she don't give a damn. She just wants to see her daddy in the audience. Do you understand? And then you wonder why you become this amazing, successful person, but then your 25-year-old kids hate your guts. Go look on Shade Room and look at how often grown parents are on grown children are on Shade Room talking about how their celebrity parents ain't shit. Look at it happens all the time. I'm like, damn, you sold 10 million records and your kids hate you. That's got to be stressful. Well, it's because the kids don't really care about all the extra stuff. The kids need you to give them your attention. That's what they wanted. They didn't need you to be perfect. They didn't care if you were great. They didn't care if you made $1 million or if you were on TV. But they do care if you meet them that morning for breakfast. They do care if you are able to read them a story before they go to sleep that night. They do care that they had a baseball game and the little boy was able to look out in the stands and see his mom out in the audience. That's the mom he's going to love. He's not going to love a parent that only shows up once a year. So to some extent, when we get these black faces in white spaces, or another guy, he's now the chancellor of the Rutgers school system. I forgot his name, but he came on this podcast. He's friends with my other good buddy Randall Pinkett, two really smart black men. I just have so much respect. Jeffrey something, I don't know his last name, but he's the president of Rutgers University now, which is cool. And they wrote a great book called Black Faces in High Places, which is similar to black. And then I think they had another book called Black Faces in White Spaces or something. I got to double check that. But even that, I remember thinking, when you say black faces in high places, what does that mean exactly? Because I think there's a lot of overlap between black faces in high places and black faces in white places. I think that there's something about being around white people and being accepted by white people and being in the space of white people that makes you feel that inherently makes you a better black person. I think that if you just simply said, you know what, I don't want to be in those spaces. I want to either build my own spaces or be in spaces that are already established that I can pour my attention into. I think there's something about that decision to not integrate fully that makes you feel like you haven't accomplished as much as your friend who went out and became president of the United States. But I'm going to tell you like this. I'm going to make it as simple as this. I think that there are people in the black community who poured all their energy into black spaces and black people in those spaces who had a greater impact on the black community than Barack Obama. Barack Obama's impact on the black community, for the most part, was pretty symbolic. That's what it was. You got to see this guy who was articulate, who was sharp, who has a beautiful family, who didn't have any scandals, who did a great job as president, and you're proud of that. That's a good thing. But in my view, the people that really impact your life are the people that are actually in it. The people that impact your life were the mother, the father, the school teacher, the guidance counselor, the football coach, the mentor in the hood, Uncle Leroy. Even though he might have been half drunk half the time, at least he loved you enough to be there for you. Right. Just all these people that are right there with you, they might have been less perfect and less articulate and less accomplished than a Barack Obama, but they were more important because all their energy was applied in a highly efficient way to the specific purpose of making sure that your life was better than it was before. I don't think that black faces in high places really does that for us. I don't think black faces in white spaces does that for us. And you know who else understands that? It's the Chinese. The Chinese actually specifically implemented a process where they said, we don't give a damn what you're doing out here in the world. We don't care if you go to Russia and become the best scientist in Russia, or if you go to the United States and you're a professor at Harvard. We want to know, what the hell are you doing for China? We want to know, what are you doing in China? We'll take a person at level 5 who's given 100% of their level 5 to China over a person who's level 10 who's only giving 10% of themselves to China that lives in another country. So because 10% of a level 10 is 1, whereas 100% of a level 5 is 5. So I want the 5 who's given 100% over the 10 who's giving, or over the 10 who's giving 10%. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Let me know. You don't have to be good at math to understand that. So really, I think overall, when it comes to some of these discussions, I personally think that they're the wrong conversations anyway. I think that the best conversations that we need to have about what's going to really make our lives better and really solve our problems have to be conversations that exist between us. I also don't think the solutions lie within the national political system. Perhaps there are some local politics that can be applied that can benefit us, for sure. I support all of that. But I definitely think that these national political conversations that take up all of our attention are insulting, degrading, very limiting, and put you in a position where you're stressed out because you don't have any options. Studies show that people who have fewer options are more depressed, they have more anxiety, they have more their cortisol levels are higher. Why? Well, because you're trapped. And when you're trapped and you don't have options, well, that pretty much means you're not free. And so we talk about freedom all the time, but I don't even think we can even have a conversation about freedom because we don't even know what freedom even looks like. You've had the illusion of freedom, but I don't think you really know Like, if you go back to the basic definition of freedom, which means doing whatever the hell you want, most people can't really do that. Most people don't feel free. In fact, when people come to tell me who I'm supposed to vote for, like, you're supposed to go vote for, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black, or you got to go vote for Trump because Biden is running a plantation. I get offended. I get annoyed. I'm like, who are you? Wait, why are you replacing my previous pimp with a new pimp? You don't understand. You think voter suppression is only done by the Republicans? No, the Democrats do it too. When they tell you, well, you got to do this, and if you don't vote, you don't count, and you got to blah 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 blah. Man, don't talk to me like that. We're gonna fight because you are disrupting my freedom. I am free as a human being, as an individual, to make the choice that works best for me and the people I love. And if you don't agree with that, then you cannot be my friend. You do not support me. You do not care about me. So in this space, I just want y'all to be, I want to be clear. I am not telling you what to do. I hope we can agree on that. I'm not telling you what to do. All I'm telling you to do is be free. And what if your freedom is different from mine, then I'm going to respect that. But I don't think that what we've had up until this point has been any semblance of freedom. And even these conversations, these degrading conversations that where Charlamagne's got to go explain to Bill Maher for some reason what it's like to be a black man. Man, he can shut that whole conversation up his ass. Bill Maher can. I like Charlamagne. Charlamagne's a cool guy, but Bill Maher, I'm like, what whiteness? What is it? Your whiteness that gives you even the authority to even lecture me on what it means to be black? You don't have the authority, sir. But maybe because you live in America, and maybe because it is your platform and it is your space, and Charlamagne perhaps decided to come into that space, that gives him makes him feel like he has the authority to do that. But I how about this? I'll say it this way. I don't think that you're going to see ever any space where a black man is going to speak to a Jewish man and tell him that it's not hard to be Jewish, or tell him or lecture him on anti-Semitism. I bet you that ain't going to happen. I bet you won't see that happen nowhere. So if it ain't going to happen with them, then it can't happen with us. And that is the dangerous conversation that nobody wants to have. So anyway, I'm going to stop talking. I appreciate your time, and I apologize again to both Kwame Brown and Kwame Kilpatrick for getting their names wrong. Got too many damn Kwames out here. But I'm going to say this. Kwame Kilpatrick, the reason I brought him up is because I think Kwame Kilpatrick is still an asset to the community. I think that he's a guy who is intelligent. I think he's a guy who has learned from his mistakes. And I think that he's a guy that is going to do some amazing things in his life. I don't think he's done yet. And I love the fact that as a community, we can know the difference between or we know the nuance in terms of knowing that a man can make a mistake without throwing his whole legacy away. And I just want to publicly state that I believe he's redeemable, and I want to see him win. And I don't think that this is the last chapter of his life by any stretch. And I do think that his punishment was a little bit more severe than it needed to be. So Kwame, if you hear this, man, congratulations on your newfound experience. If you ever want to reach out and even come on this platform and talk to me, you're welcome, brother, because I actually think that you are going to do great things. And the people I know that know you have a lot of admiration for you. So I just want to say that really quickly. And I also think that these leaders, when they turn back to the community, sometimes they turn back to the community because their experience in other communities didn't go so good, right? Even O.J. Simpson, if you remember when O.J. went through his stuff, and I don't know if he killed that lady or not, maybe he did, but when O.J. went through his stuff, he turned back to the black community. And my argument is, well, that's where you should have been pointing your attention in the first place. That's where you could have been more effective in the first place. And so I don't think that the black community should be your last resort of where you put your best and your brightest and your resources. I think the black community should be your first resort. That's your home. That's not where you finish. That should be where you start. Right? You understand? That's where you were born. That's where you come from. That's the best use of your time. If you're a neurosurgeon, the best use of your time is on people that look like you. And the only thing that pulls you away, the only thing that allows others to Jackie Robinson you and suck you out of the space in which you belong is money. It's money. And so if you ever want, so to go full circle, if you ever want to know why this finance professor is talking about these topics, is because it always comes back to money. And I got a whole PhD in money, so I understand what money does. Money can do a lot of things. Money can liberate you, but money can also be the devil. Money can elevate your life in amazing ways, but money can also be a son of a bitch. Money got you looking up to people that you should not be looking up to. Money will have you up in situations that you ain't got no business being in. Money will have you giving respect and credibility to people who haven't earned a lick of your respect. How the hell am I going to respect you just because you got $1 billion backing you? That money does not make you into a better or more worthy or more intelligent or more decent human being, but we fall for it every damn time. Our best and brightest get sucked out of the community because of a lack of money. So rather than allowing ourselves to be Jackie Robinson out of the place that we belong, my vision is that we can say, you are our best and brightest. And so we're going to create a space that's going to make you incentivized to stay. We're going to make, instead of celebrating the fact that you abandoned the people that you were supposed to be with to go be in enemy territory around people who hate your guts, we're not going to celebrate that, but we will celebrate the fact that you stayed home and you spent time with the kids and the community and the people around you and the ones who loved you back when white folks didn't think you was shit. We don't want you coming back just because it didn't work out over there. It's like a relationship, right? It's not fair if you only come back to that good woman after the little hoochie mama done dumped you. The little gold digger with the big booty done lured you away because you got sucked into that nonsense. And then she done ripped you up, took all your money, embarrassed you, and got you in trouble. And now you come back to the girl that loved you all along. No, you should have picked the other girl in the first place. Do you understand? If you care about yourself and you have high self-esteem, you spend time around people who love you. If you have a low self-esteem, then you spend your life chasing people who don't respect you, who probably hate your guts. So this is not just an economic issue or a social issue or a political issue. This is a spiritual issue. This is a self-esteem issue. This is a psychological issue. This is a subconscious mind issue. That's what that is. Because on a subconscious level, the biggest challenge that we have is that somehow inherently we grew up believing that other people were better than us. And I'm just here to say that that's just simply not true. Everybody sees your value except for you. So let's see our worth, man. We don't need these raggedy ass people to tell us who the hell we are. You know who you are. Be great. That's what you're supposed to be. Show that black excellence and keep it to yourself. You should profit from that excellence, not other people. I'm done. I'm not going to talk anymore. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you 100%. If you haven't done it yet, if you could please hit the thumbs up and subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe. Also, I do have if you're interested in economics in the Black Business School, we have a great class, Black Money 101, that introduces you to the power of money. As you guys know, my PhD's in finance. That's what I do. I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. So I don't pull you in with stupid get-rich-quick schemes and a bunch of gimmicky stuff. We do things that are built on the fundamentals of economics, and you could explain it to even a 5-year-old. So don't be intimidated by it. Let's learn it. Let's get economically intelligent. So blackmoney101.com is a website you can go to. Also, every single morning, I do a free class called Economic Elevation or Black Financial Consciousness. It is a great class. Everyone loves it. And guess what? It's 100% free. If you have not joined, you can join for free. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948. You'll get an invitation to Money in the Morning. I do this class for free every day, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. And what we do is we talk about economic consciousness and financial consciousness. So because if you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So I want you to be able to see how economics runs your life, runs the world. So you'll know how to position yourself to do what rich people do. And so you have your own resources. So you don't have to go do horrible things in order to get money. So feel free to do that. If you live out of the country and you cannot text that word to that number, then you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And you can join from there as well. All right, guys. Well, have a wonderful day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I also hope that you all will consider coming to the All Black National Convention. That's the largest gathering on earth of intelligent Black people, where our goal is to solve our problems. Brother Nuri Muhammad from the NOI is going to be one of our speakers. I'm really excited because Nuri is an extraordinary leader, one of the smartest people I know, and I love this guy. And then also Lamar Tyler, the Black millionaire maker, is going to be one of our other keynotes. But we've also got doctors and lawyers and scientists and nurses and engineers and teachers and portfolio managers and crypto experts and real estate experts like Constance Carter that are coming. So we're going to be full of tons and dozens of experts and hundreds of smart Black people. And our goal is very basic. It is to solve our own problems with our own resources within our own people. So what does that mean? Well, what does that mean to solve our problems? I'll make this very, very basic. If you believe that Black people should have more wealth and more financial security, then the All Black National Convention is for you. If you believe that we should build stronger families and that Black men and women should love each other and not go fighting each other on the internet, then the All Black National Convention is for you. We believe in Black love and Black family as a source of Black power and Black wealth. If you believe that Black people should be mentally healthy and heal from all the trauma that we go through that people like Bill Maher know nothing about, then the All Black National Convention is for you. If you believe that we should be physically healthier, that means doing natural things like working out and eating right instead of eating fast food and then dying from all these preventable illnesses, then the All Black National Convention is for you. And that's why we gather doctors and therapists and attorneys and family experts. We bring in people that have families that have been very successful so we can know what a successful Black family looks like. We bring in entrepreneurs and investors. Some of you have become millionaires while you've been following this platform because I've met you. I met a brother just today out of Newark who told me about the fact that he's quit his job like since he started listening to us the day before. I talked to another brother who manages millions of dollars for athletes and entertainers and stuff like that. And he was heavily influenced by what we do. So we're getting it done, man. We are getting it done because I believe deep down to the core of my soul that we are the alpha and the omega to our greatness and our success. We are the leaders. We are the solution we've been waiting for. So I ain't waiting for Superman because I am the man and you are the man and you are the woman and the Black man and the woman. In addition to being the original man, we will be the people that will bring ourselves out of any problems that we have. So let's solve our own problems. Let's get it done. If you want to learn more about the convention, please feel free to visit allblacknationalconvention.com. And also, in fact, today, Micah, who's on our team, told me that she's offering a discount on convention tickets. And in fact, if you use this code, she just sent me the code, so you can write this down if you'd like to come. If you go to allblacknationalconvention.com and use the code 50 off A, B, and C, that's all one word, 50 off A, B, and C, then you can get half off like on all your tickets. And that's going to be there for, I think, another 24 hours or so. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com, use the code 50 off A, B, and C. That's all one word. So anyway, so I hope to see you guys at the convention, and I hope that you I hope you get what's going on here and receive it in the spirit that it's intended. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out and listening. Love you. I'll see you guys soon. And also don't forget this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify or Apple, you can find the Dr. Boyce Breakdown on Spotify or Apple. And I'll mention this one more time. It's allblacknationalconvention.com, and the code is 50 off A, B, and C. All right, let's get it, everybody. Love you. I'll see you soon. That phone rang because that was my mama calling to wish me a happy birthday. So I'm about to go talk to my mama. So I'll talk to y'all soon. Love you. Peace.
Crazy controversy where he's supposed to get this pay package of like between 45 and 50 or 46 and 56 billion dollars, depending on which outlet you look at. They were supposed to write him a check for that amount of money based on various incentives that came into play as it pertained to Tesla. Now, the thing about that, though, is that there were some questions about Elon Musk's pay package. A shareholder sued him, and they said, "No, we're not. We owe you money, and we'll pay you a few $1 billion, but we don't owe you 56 billion. That's an amount of money that would cripple the company. That's just way too much to pay any one man." And so you would say, well, why would you not agree to pay somebody money that you agreed to pay them, right? You agreed to pay it. It's in the contract. If you do the math, he earned the money. Well, what came up was an issue that I think you should be aware of in your economic consciousness journey, which is what they refer to as corporate governance. And governance basically comes down to who represents the interests of the shareholders. The job of the manager of the company is not the owner of the company, right? You know, just like when I talked to you all about how the Black community, for the most part, we've been trained to be economic babysitters for white folks. A lot of our graduates from our best HBCUs, they're not trained to actually build and run companies. They're trained to manage companies, right? And if you are lucky, in our view, for a lot of people, if you're very lucky, then one day you'll get to manage at the highest level. You'll get to be the vice president or the CEO, et cetera, which is not bad. It's nothing to be ashamed of or anything, but you're not really the boss. You're not really the owner of the company, because the owner of the company is the people who actually own the company, if you know what I mean. The owner of the company are the people who actually pay the bills and finance the company. So the same thing is true in Hollywood. When you look in Hollywood and you say, well, who's the most powerful people in Hollywood? It's almost never the person that you see. It's almost never the movie star or the singer or the performer. The most powerful people in Hollywood are the people who write the checks. Okay. The most powerful people in Hollywood are the ones who actually sign the contracts, make the billion-dollar deals, sit down with Netflix and do distribution, content distribution deals and everything else. These are the people who run Hollywood, the ones who go to the bank and get financing so they can make another, $200 million movie. Those are the people that are the most powerful in Hollywood. So the same thing is true when you talk about a company like, for example, Tesla. The owners of Tesla are the people who actually own the shares in the company. So basically with this issue, this governance issue, you have the board of directors that is supposed to be representative of the shareholders. So the board of directors is a smaller body that engages consistently with the CEO and top management to say, this is what the shareholders want, and we're here to protect the shareholders. So they have what is referred to as a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that shareholder interests are adequately represented by the actions of management. Now, give me a yes if you're following this. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if this is all making sense, if this is all adding up. I don't want to talk too fast. That's what I do sometimes. I apologize. I just had my coffee, so maybe that's it. And you mix coffee with ADHD, you're going to have some problems. All right, so here's what happens. Okay, so basically there was an accusation at Tesla that the board of directors did not do its job of representing the interests of shareholders. This particular shareholder felt that Elon Musk screwed the shareholders, that basically the board was not representing the shareholders. They were kind of in the pocket of Elon Musk. And in fact, actually, there's evidence to that. Elon's own brother was on the board. A lot of his very best friends were on the board. And they were like, there's no way they can really represent the interests of shareholders when they're best buddies with Elon Musk. And this is a significant problem when you have a company being run and the people that actually putting the money up are not having their interests protected properly. So a Delaware court ruled that Elon Musk's pay package was invalid. So what Musk did was he then took his company and he unincorporated in Delaware and reincorporated in Texas. That's what he did. So then they took another shareholder vote to see if the shareholders want to pay him this money. And now he does. Now then, the shareholders voted in his favor. They actually overwhelmingly voted in his favor. 72% said, "Yeah, give the guy the money. He earned it. That's what the contract says. That's fair and square." So now he still doesn't have the money for sure. He still has to go back to Delaware, present the shareholder vote to the judge, and say, "Look, the shareholders are okay with this. So you can't say that we're not representing the interests of the shareholders because we just put it up for a vote." So that's all fine and good. That's life. That's what it is, right? The Tesla shareholders love Elon, and I don't blame them. He took the company from being a $50 billion company to about 1.3 trillion. That's a hell of a company. I mean, that's a hell of a flip. That's extraordinarily good. In fact, I really, when I look at Elon Musk, I imagine to myself all of the trillions of dollars that have been lost in the Black community because we have Black Elon Musks out here. We have Black people out here that are just as smart as Elon, that work hard, that were good with math and science, just like Elon, that are good with technology, just like Elon. But they couldn't get the capital base. They didn't get the capital. They didn't get the investment that Elon got. They also didn't get the encouragement that Elon got. Maybe that little genius, maybe when he was 12, somebody told him he was acting white because he was doing good in math class, or maybe somebody convinced him that he, instead of being, what he was supposed to be, maybe he was supposed to be like the best drug dealer in the hood. And so he's the guy that can, in his head, calculate or switch between kilos and grams, mathematically in a second. Everybody says, "Oh, he's so smart." And really, he's maybe a dream deferred or deflected, right? He's a person that had one purpose and then society pushed him in a different direction. Or another thing that also happens too is I think that we tend to stamp out and we mute the genius and the greatness of our kids because we don't encourage them to go to the very top. What we do is we do what actually happened with me, which is when you show up and you're Black and you're really smart and you're really capable, people tell you, "Oh, wow, that's really great. You're going to get a really great job." That's what they say. They say if you're the smartest student at Howard University, so when you graduate, there's 20 companies that would love to hire you. Or you go to Stanford or Harvard or something, and then you're still encouraged to go to Goldman Sachs or something, and because Goldman's going to give you a $250,000 salary with a bonus and all these other, and you really feel like you're winning, like you really feel like you've won, you feel like you've reached the potential of what you could do. Like, look at me. I now make 300,000 a year. I've got a corporate car or something, and I get to fly the private jet every now and then. And I'm living the life. And what I think you don't understand is the shadow cost. Remember, I told you in economics, as far as economic awareness isn't just when you see what's there. Awareness is when you see what isn't there. Right? Awareness is when you don't see what's in front of you. It's what you see. It's when you can see what could have been in front of you. You understand? So you're seeing, you don't just see what happened. You see what could have happened. You follow me? So that's awareness. You have to be able to see in higher dimensions, not just three dimensions, fourth, fifth, and sixth dimension. So fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional sight means that I don't just see what I am, I see what I could have become if I had taken a different route. Right. So anyway, with this, when I see, so with my awareness, I guess being at the whatever level it is, when I see a young person that's doing really well, or they got a great job, or they're doing a good job as an economic babysitter, pretty much that's kind of what we become when we go work for other people and we manage their capital, and we create one job when we could have created 100,000 jobs. We create one, that's what I see. I say, gosh, that I wonder what that person could have been if they had been encouraged to really truly reach their potential, if they'd been given access to a capital base and also access to a vision that involved not just them creating a really awesome, amazing, comfortable job for themselves, but what happens when you create 10,000 really comfortable jobs for other people? Because remember, Elon Musk could have also done the same thing. Elon Musk could have gone into the world and just been like a superstar manager for Ford or something, and created a really great job for himself. But instead, Elon Musk has probably created about 700,000 jobs for other people. I went through San Antonio, or not San Antonio, I'm sorry. It was Austin, Texas, where I know Tesla's down there. I think SpaceX has some stuff down there. And I drove through a big, gigantic part of the city, and it's almost like a kingdom, where I'm driving with the Uber driver, and he points to this rows and rows and rows of these apartments, like thousands of them. And he says, that's where all the Tesla employees live. Is it called Tesla Road? Thank you, Aisha. I don't know anything about, I didn't know what it was called, but I was impressed. And I just sat here and I just really thought about, I thought about what I don't know. I always take it back to us and our community. And I think about just when I hear like some rapper saying, I'm a boss. And I'm like, what are you a boss of? Like, you're not, because I'm seeing this empire with thousands and thousands of apartments that people are living in because they're all employed, at a six-figure level by this true boss, by this guy who's built this a massive empire. I don't even like Elon Musk, but I give credit where it's due, right? And I'm like, well, if you're really that boss that you say you are, I get it. You have a nice house, maybe you have a nice car, and maybe you sold a bunch of albums last year for some Jewish people or something. But to me, you're not really a boss, because if you really were sort of at the level that you claim to be, then you would actually have hundreds of thousands of people who could say, my life is different because of something that you did. Like Elon Musk can say, I've got 700,000 people who ate today because I gave them money to eat. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty extraordinary. I don't know how many people I can think of in our space that are raised to think that way. I think that many of us are raised to think, if you get yourself a really good job and you eat well and your children eat well, then you've achieved the most that a Black person can achieve. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if I sounded critical or if I sounded like I don't want to sound like I'm putting a white guy on a pedestal. I'm not doing that. I'm just letting you know, like, sort of what that means to actually truly have that sort of massive, outsized, maximum economic impact. Maximum economic impact has rarely ever been achieved by somebody who had a job. It just is. And again, it's not to make fun of people that have jobs. I'm not here to do that. But to me, if you can do a little bit better, why not try to do better? Understanding one thing that scientists understand and technology people understand, and the reason that Silicon Valley folks are running the world is because they understand a very simple phrase called scale. They understand scale. Scale means that instead of thinking of something going to the highest level, I'm going to think about multiplication. And that means that if I can create something amazing and scale it properly, then I can do something that really impacts a very broad space. I can have a very broad, massive impact. And to really even understand scale, or to pursue scale, or to be committed to scale, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. So let me, and I'm going to circle back to Elon Musk in a minute, because I think that there's more to talk about there. But since we're doing the stream of consciousness, and I hope this is benefiting you, let's talk about Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos runs Amazon. Jeff Bezos is worth about $200 billion a year. And what I encourage you to do is when you hear people like that talk, you got to listen to how they think. Watch how they process information. Watch how they can look at the same thing most people can see and they'll see it completely differently. So if you listen to Jeff Bezos, I remember hearing him talk about why he left a really good job. He did something a lot of people wouldn't have the courage to do. He was doing well. He didn't get called into entrepreneurship because he couldn't pay the bills. He was actually making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in some really fancy corporate job. He had the corporate car and the and all the little the credit card and all the little things that we dream about growing up. He had the dream job. Well, he walked away from the dream job to start Amazon, and people say, "Well, why would you want to go and do that? That's crazy. You're giving up this great job." A lot of you go through that. A lot of you, if you were to start a business, especially for those of you that have good jobs, I know a lot of you do. You would have people in your family that would say, "Why would you do that? Why would you let that go? That's crazy. That's stupid." Right? Especially given that entrepreneurship is kind of raggedy in the beginning. If you've ever been an entrepreneur, built something, you know that in the beginning it feels kind of raggedy. You don't know if it's going to work. 80% of Black-owned businesses fail. You don't really get the same level of clout that you might get if you go on LinkedIn and say that if you announce to everybody on LinkedIn that you became the senior manager of widgets at Google or something, like, right? If you're associated with a big name brand corporation, there are lots of people that get very excited about that, but they don't really see the vision of what your brand might look like when you build that sucker up and make that thing into something that people admire. So Jeff Bezos left to go work on Amazon. And his goal generally was to scale. He said, "I have not reached my potential. I have not become the best that I can be." And the other thing that he said that was really interesting was he was talking about creating a product or creating a brand. He said, when you have an idea, he said, an idea is just the beginning. And this is something we've talked about before. So an idea is a piece of your vision. The idea is that initial spark, like, oh, I could make these things and everybody's going to buy them because they're going to be so good and they're going to solve this important problem. But the idea is just literally the seed. It's the tiny seed that just kind of opens up this parallel universe of all these possibilities that might exist. If you're willing to truly commit to that idea. So if you marry the idea and you're committed to the idea, he said, you better make 100% sure that you really love this idea, because there's a lot of work that's required to go from ideation to actually creating something real. He said there's lots of roadblocks, pitfalls, misconceptions, adjustments, pivots you have to make in order to get to the finish line. So when you have the idea really is just the beginning. And I say that part because I know I meet a lot of people who come to me and they say, "Dr. Boyce, I've got this great idea." And I'm like, wow, I'm happy for you. And I'm thinking, I hope that you also understand that you really don't have a whole lot right now. You've got an idea. That's great. But what else? What else? The ideas have to be fueled. Just like you can have a beautiful car, but if you don't put gas in an engine in the car will go nowhere. A balloon, you have to fill it up with lots and lots of air. If you don't take the time to blow the air into the balloon, then the balloon, it doesn't matter if the balloon is actually there or not. So the idea is it's like that beautiful car. It's like that balloon. The question is what energy is going to be put into manifesting and making that thing real. I also even compare it to having a child. Or a lot of people, they make the horrible mistake of thinking that because they made a baby, that they are an actual parent, that they've actually raised a child. Making a baby is not hard. It's most of you know how to do it. If you don't, I would say I'll teach you, but I can't because my wife won't let me. But making a baby is pretty straightforward. You know the process. God taught you that when you were young, but you know that making the baby is something that can happen very quickly, and it's something that it can involve literally a few minutes of activity. But raising the baby is 18 years. 18 years is, let's see, there's 24 hours in a day. There's 8,760 hours in a year. So there's 87,600 hours in a decade. So just the first 10 years of raising the baby requires about 87,600 consistent hours of work toward one goal of getting this child, to a certain stage without them dying, which means you got to feed them every day. You got to constantly have an awareness of where they are and what they're doing. You got to make sure that they're safe, right? And then you got another decade after that. So you got about another 87,000 hours. We got a 21-year-old. So we put in, his mother has, I'm his bonus dad. So, but overall as a family, we put in about 100 and about 176,000 hours to get him just to the age of 20. Just to the age of 20, 176,000 hours of consistent work. And that doesn't count any intervention we might have to do in his 20s and his 30s and his 40s, right? So what I would say to you is that the same thing is true with a business idea. You have to really understand what is required to implement and to scale that thing. And then also, even to even come up with the idea or to even pursue whatever it is that you believe in, you have to have an understanding of what it really means to reach the pinnacle of your success. A lot of us, economically speaking, when we become these economic babysitters that we're trained to be, economic babysitter meaning that you are the steward, the protector of someone else's resources. You work for Arby's and you are the manager of the Arby's, but you do not own any percentage of the Arby's. You are a middle manager at Ford, but you have no ownership even in Ford stock. You are excited to go and get a fancy job with a big corporation that someone else owns and controls, but your ownership stake is non-existent. That's what I mean by being an economic babysitter. A babysitter is somebody who does all the work to take care of the child, but does not get credit for being the parent. That is not your baby, right? And so sometimes you can imagine, if you imagine a babysitter who babysits a child so much that they start to feel like that they're the parent, right? I'm babysit this child all day, so I start feeling like I'm the dad. I'm not really the dad. I'll never be the dad, no matter how much babysitting I do. So in generally speaking, if you are consistently committed as a community to being economic babysitters for big white companies, then you will never really have any control over your own fate or your own economic destiny. Dr. Claude Anderson speaks very eloquently about the fact that after slavery, 98.5% of all Black people work for a white person. 200 years later, 98.5% of all Black people work for a white person. And you had a moment during Jim Crow, before the Civil Rights Movement, where you did have lots of Black ownership. You had every type of company that there was a Black version of that company where they were planting those seeds and growing the kinds of institutions that will be worth tens of billions of dollars today. They were building companies. These companies were in the seminal stages. Maybe they're in the first 10 years, first 20 years, kind of in that tough, rough, raggedy stage. But these companies were well run, and the owners were pouring all their energy into maintaining and building this institution. They didn't drop their organization to say, which white person can I go serve today? And these companies would have grown into something pretty extraordinary. But instead, when you had the whole civil rights thing and integration and all that, a lot of that ended up dying. And it died not just because of desegregation. It didn't die because the people in the civil rights movement were just necessarily wrong. It died because you didn't value yourself. It died because you didn't value your vision. It died because you didn't understand that just because you have the right and the ability to go work for white people, that doesn't mean that's what you automatically should do. Maybe that's an option for you. Maybe that's something you can consider if things get too hard. But if you really value yourself and value who you are and value what you're working on and value your vision, then you're going to realize something that's very important for anybody to understand if they want to create something of their own. You have to understand to the core of your soul that pouring into your vision is the most important thing you can do. You have to make it in your own head. You have to make working on your own vision the coolest thing in the world, the most important thing you can ever do. And that requires almost like a spiritual transformation. That's a financial consciousness exercise like no other, because that requires you to really reshape and reevaluate everything you've been taught about who you are and how much you matter to the world. Because if I've been trained to believe that all I am is a little Black boy and that I ain't gonna be nothing until white people accept me, then I'm never gonna think that what I'm working on is as important as what Mr. Charlie's working on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you get this. This is an important point. If I just see myself like, oh, I'm just a Black kid, but until somebody comes along and blesses me with an opportunity, and then I can turn around and tell my mama, look, I made it. I started from the bottom. Now I'm here. I used to be, all I was a little Black boy in the hood, and I wasn't nobody, but now I'm the senior manager at Google, and now I'm an important person. And what I'm here to say to you, and this is really important, you just got to understand this, is that you were important before Google identified your importance. You should be congratulating them. They shouldn't just be congratulating you. Congratulations, Tyrone. We're so happy that you're here, and we're glad to give Tyrone an opportunity. I get that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But at the same time, you don't understand that they might have short-circuited you. They might have actually sold you short and extracted something from you that you didn't even know was there yet. And so to some extent, all the people that I've ever worked for, all the people that I've ever served, when I got that first job at Syracuse University, because I was a damn good finance PhD student. I was the top of my class pretty much, or close to it. I was one of the best. Let's just say that. And I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. There was no male, no female, nobody that year who got that same degree. I was pretty hot stuff, right? So Syracuse hired me, and I was thankful. I was very grateful. I was like, thank you so much for hiring me. But then I look back on that and I say, no, also you should congratulate them for being wise enough to identify the extraordinary talent that I had. Like, okay, yeah, you blessed me. I appreciate everything you did for me, but I blessed you too, because guess what? You got to have over a decade of me pouring my very best ideas and my very best energy into your institution. So congratulations to you too. I got paid, so did you. You got to see your value. That's what I'm saying. And I think you can see your value without being arrogant about it. You understand? I'm not trying to. I hope I don't sound cocky or arrogant, but you got to be honest. If you put in the work and you got the skill and you got the desire and you got the hunger, then every time you get hungry, you become more valuable. Every time your vision gets better, you are a more valuable asset. I can literally show you mathematics that would help you put that into an equation. Actually, the more you have poured in the work and the energy and the commitment and the focus and the vision, like, the more valuable you become. So anybody who's connected to you is being blessed because you have chosen to be a blessing to other people. See, so not everybody makes that choice. Some people don't want to be a blessing to anybody. They don't even become blessings to themselves. They become their own worst enemy. They destroy the people around them. Excuse me. They drain resources from other people. So you got the opposite in effect too. Some of you have that energy, desire, vision, focus, and just the heart to really bless other people. And so what I want you to do is to be able to be conscious and aware of that. Be aware of the fact that when you put in the work and made yourself into the best that you can be, you are a gift. Your time is a gift. Your energy is a gift. Your ideas are a gift. You all are a gift to me, and I want to be a gift to you. Every day I say, how can I be a gift? Right? And so what happens in that point, in my opinion, is that you got to kind of think about who deserves the very best of you, who deserves that gift. It's really something you already understand, in my opinion. It's something, if you know anything about even relationships, you know how some people will date somebody that doesn't deserve them and will give their best to the person who treats them the worst, and will give their worst to the people who treats them the best. You know people like that. I feel like that's a self-esteem issue, right? Right? Like, why would I give my best to the person who treats me the worst and my worst to the person who treats me the best? Well, if I don't really value myself, then I kind of get into these very weird dynamics. I treat you better because I'm looking for something from you. I need you to validate me. And so when I look at the economic relationship between Black people and pretty much the rest of the world, but especially white folks, is that we don't get treated well. We know these things. We know that we haven't been given a fair shake. They haven't given us what we deserve. They don't acknowledge us the way we need to be acknowledged. But yet, for some reason, our whole lives, we spend all of our time seeking validation from the very same people who collectively, not individually, I don't dislike white people. I don't hate white folks. So I don't want this to be one of those conversations. But collectively, they really haven't seen our worth or seen our value. And to some extent, even those who claim to be our friends will still position it like the best thing I can do for a Black person is to allow them to be around me, or to let them be in my space, or to let them come work for me, or let them serve me in some way. And I don't think that that's the very best of us. I think that I can say this, that once I started to see my worth, which was pretty much kind of in my mid 30s, and started to focus on my vision, I started training myself to say, wait a minute, I'm damn good at what I do, and I'm gonna be great whether they want me or not. If you don't want me, then that's okay. That's your loss. That's your lack of vision. That's your missed opportunity. And so that means that I then have my free time to pour into something that I want to do, something that I believe in, and it's going to be extraordinary because I'm committed to being an extraordinary person. You understand? And that is, to me, part of the core of what it's required for you to build an institution. You got to love the hell out of that thing. You got to believe in it. You got to care for it. You got to realize how important it is. that family business that you're building, that whatever it is you're doing, those kids you're raising, that stuff is as important as you choose for it to be. And so anyway, so when you look at and you contrast, so you go back to Jeff Bezos and the Elon Musk of the world and stuff like that. If you look at their track record, and I read everybody's bio, you'll see a time where Bezos could have been pouring his time into keeping that $300,000 or $400,000 job that he had, but instead he said, "No, I want to pour into this little raggedy business called Amazon." And I can't do it half and half. He could not serve two gods at the same time. He couldn't do his time at the corporate plantation and run Amazon at the same time, because Amazon took everything he had, every spare moment, every level, every ounce of energy, every good idea had to be poured into the vision that he was connected to. And that happened to be the vision that he owned. And that's why he's worth several $100 billion a year. So what I want you to kind of do as a consciousness exercise is I need you to stop and meditate on how many millions of young Black people could have done what a Jeff Bezos would do, could have built something extraordinary, but didn't, because they were too busy focused on master's job. I know people like this. I know people, a person that comes to mind right now, super talented, could do anything, extraordinarily good, but she can't be as good as she needs to be because she got to go to work and do that goofy little job that she has. I'm not making fun of the job, but I was like, you are so talented, but you don't see your talent. I said, so if you don't see your talent, it doesn't matter what I see. Because if I see it, it doesn't, like I've seen talent. I've seen people go and make millions of dollars. I've seen people go and become famous and everything else. I've seen it all, right? But I compare you to all these people, and I know you got everything that they've got. The only thing that they have that you don't have is belief in themselves and enough self-love to pour into themselves. So you invest in the things that you value. And I said, honestly, right now, you value this company that you work for and this job. And I get it, because we have short-term needs. You got to pay bills and all that. But I don't know. I think you might end up having some regrets in the long term. So anyway, so let me circle back and kind of give a full circle on the Elon Musk thing. And this leads to actually a concept I wanted to kind of introduce you to. So here's what Musk is doing with the Tesla investors that I think is absolutely hilarious and just somewhat ridiculous. Is he's basically lying to the investors. I think he's kind of pimping them a little bit. And so what he did was, to get his $56 billion pay package, he kind of threatened them, and he kind of just said, look, if you don't give me my money, I'm going to put my energy into my other companies. I'm going to take my best ideas to SpaceX, and I'm going to go work on Twitter and all this other stuff. And so screw you guys, I'm going home, like Cartman on South Park used to say. And so they gave him his money partly because they wanted to keep his attention. I personally would have told him, get the hell out of here. Because I think Tesla stock, in case you want to know from a stock market standpoint, I think it's incredibly risky. I don't think he's going to maintain his dominance in the EV industry like he's gotten to this point. And I think the Tesla investors are going to regret giving him all that money. But that's just my assessment. I could be wrong. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. But the other thing that he said, which was really interesting, was I guess to get them excited, he gave them this grand vision and said that he believes Tesla will be a $30 trillion company because of robots or something. And what's fascinating to me is Musk is very smart. He's a genius. He knows how short-term people's memories are. They don't remember how many times over the last decade or more Musk has made grandiose promises that he never ever was able to keep. In a way, he's got a lot of that Donald Trump in him. I think Donald Trump the other day said he was going to get rid of income taxes or something if he became president. Y'all know that ain't going to happen. But then the politicians, they all lie. I remember the many lies that were told by Obama and Biden and everybody else. And that's what happens, right? This is what they do. So with Musk even laying out a $30 trillion number and saying it's going to be because of robots and autonomous vehicles, I thought that was incredibly disingenuous. And I think about the typical investor in Musk stock. And I know that some of these investors are really enthusiastic young people who've kind of fallen in love with him as this pop culture figure or this cult-like following or whatever. And I remember a Black man that I met on an airplane where he had $1 million or $2 million, I think, invested. He was only 33 years old. And we were talking. I said, man, I'm really proud of you. I think that's really awesome that you've done this. And I said, so where did you invest your money? And he had 100% of his money in Tesla. And I was just like, okay. And he wanted to do that because he felt because Tesla stock had just been going up. And I mean, his wealth went from like, a $250,000 to literally $2.5 million, something like that. And I tried to politely tell him I don't think that's a good idea. And I'll also say this: one big risk factor that Tesla has is what they call key man risk. If Elon Musk messes up, if something bad happens to him, if he dies of a heart attack, if he slips and falls in the shower, if he goes down on his airplane or something, or if they lock him up for whatever reason, because they can lock up anybody, they're now locking up, former president or trying to anyway. Then Tesla stock plummets. It drops 40, 50%. So generally speaking, I would say to you, when you invest, make sure you diversify. Don't get too excited about any one particular company. If you're excited about it, invest in it, enjoy yourself, but don't overcommit like that and don't get caught up in other people's frenzies, because I don't think that's a good way to invest. So overall, I guess time will tell if I'm right or wrong, but I think that in a year or two, we're going to really see, I think, some negative outcomes when it comes to Elon Musk. And that's just a thought that I wanted to share today. But one other thing that Musk did that was really interesting in terms of his ability to get the shareholders to give him his money, I forgot about this too, is that Elon did something that I've actually referred to that I think the Black community should consider in politics and everything else, which is he issued a credible threat. And the credible threat is when you basically have shown the ability and the willingness to walk away from the negotiating table in the event that you don't get what you want. And a lot of times we're afraid to issue a credible threat, but Musk basically said, look, if you don't give me my money, I'm out of here, or I'm going to focus on something else. And credible threats are actually a political science theory that you may want to keep in mind when it comes to negotiating, whether you're negotiating for a car, you're negotiating for your job, you're negotiating for your relationship, or anything else. And so let me see, I actually looked up the legal or the formal definition of a credible threat. You have to have the capability. It says the threatening party must have the means or resources to carry out the threat. This includes military power, economic sanctions, or other forms of leverage. 2, intent. So that means if you don't have the ability to even do what you say you're going to do, like you say, I'm going to leave this relationship, but you ain't even got a car or something. I don't know. I'm just being silly. Then that minimizes the credibility of your threat. Intent. The threatening party must have a clear intention or willingness to follow through with the threat if the opposing party does not comply. So that means that if you make a threat, you better be willing to follow through. If you pull out the gun, you better be ready to squeeze the trigger. If you're in a relationship you're not happy in, and you say, I'm going to leave if X, Y, Z doesn't happen, you have to have full intent to do that, and maybe show evidence that you're willing to do that. If you are negotiating pay on your job, and you say, if you don't give me my money, I'm going to leave, well, you better be ready to leave. You got to have everything in place, because that's what makes your threat credible. If Black people want more from the Democratic Party and they say, if you don't do what I want, we're going to not vote for you. Well, you have to show you're serious. And I think that because if you don't, then again, you don't get taken seriously. They say, yeah, you're just talking. You ain't going nowhere. What else? Communication. That's another important part. The threat must be clearly communicated to the target. A lot of times people have it in their mind. They'll have an ultimatum where they'll expect somebody to do something, or they're going to adjust. And instead of giving them a chance, instead of warning them, like shooting a warning shot over the bow, or doing something to really let them know, like, hey, I'm really going to go through with this, they'll just do it. And then the person's like, whoa, why did you do that to me? And you're like, well, because I told you to do this and you didn't do it. But when they say in negotiation, if your goal is to actually get them to comply, you have to give them a warning so that they know for sure. Now, you do understand that if you don't do X, Y, Z, you do know this is about to happen. And then when they make it clear that they're okay with it, then you can follow through or whatever. What else? And they also said ambiguous or unclear threats are less likely to be credible because the target may not fully understand the consequences of non-compliance. So you can't hint of what you're going to do. You have to be clear and you have to say it. 4th is rationality. The threatening party must be perceived as rational and acting in its own interest. If the threatening party is seen as irrational or unpredictable, the target may not believe the threat will be executed in a way that aligns with the threatening party's stated intentions. So I guess if somebody doesn't think that you are a rational person, that maybe they think you're too emotional or something, they don't know what you're gonna do, or they say, oh, he ain't gonna do nothing. He just or she's just talking. She ain't really gonna squeeze the trigger. She's just holding the gun up because she's just mad right now. Then maybe people won't take it seriously. All right. So what I can do? Okay. So Antoinette says, can you put these actions in the text? I can't put all of it in the text. It's kind of a long definition, but I don't really know how to put it in a text because the texts have to be short, like a couple sentences. So I apologize for that. But generally speaking, this is a negotiating strategy. This is long held in political science and theory to basically say that if you don't let people know that there are consequences, then they're not typically going to respond to whatever you ask them to do. People don't tend to do things just because it's the right thing to do. A lot of times people will respond to what you incentivize them to do, especially when you're talking about kids. One thing my mother always says, and I give my mother credit for being pretty good at raising kids. At least she did really well with me and my sister and my brother. And again, we grew up in an environment where all of our friends ended up in really tough spots. Most of our friends growing up that we used to play with ended up in jail on drugs, unemployed, or just not really assets to their family. So for whatever reason, the discipline and structure in our household really worked. Yesterday was Father's Day, so shout out to all the fathers out there, because my father, being a military police commander, played a very big part in the structure of that household. There was no chaos in that space because of that. And my mother also was just a really passionate person who was heavily involved with us. And also my parents were deeply committed to each other, meaning that, it was kind of like to be honest with you, it was not it wasn't a modern relationship. My father did drive the car, but he had a true respect and honor for my mother, so he always made it clear that that was the woman he loved and that's it. And to this day, he's still the same way. But he was always kind of the leader, because if you know anything about police commanders and stuff like that, they kind of tell people what to do. I was driving him, somewhere yesterday, and he was like, make a left right here, slow down at the stoplight. And I'm like, dude, I've driven this road like 85 times. Like, what are you, like, I know like 85,000 times. Like, I know my way. I know how to get to the grocery store, but he just has that in him. Right. And that kind of required them to kind of understand what their role was. And for whatever reason, it worked for them. And the result was a really well-structured home and a stable family, which it makes me sad that we can't give that gift to more of our children, because I believe we can do that if we're really committed to it. We can do it. If you're committed to putting your ego to the side and doing what's best for the group and for the collective, then I think you can create that structure. So like when I get into a disagreement with my wife, I have a choice. I could be stubborn and go ballistic and just demand that you do what I say, or I could compromise. And I just don't know why that's so hard for some of us. I don't get it. But again, I'm not judging anybody's situation. I just don't know why these simple ideas are not more popular. But that's what my parents would do. They would just compromise with each other. And my mother would want something, and my father would say, well, that's what your mama wants to do. And that was it. So anyway, long story short, that structure of their line of thinking really played a big part in sort of protecting. And one thing my mother would say when you talk about controlling and managing kids, because kids are a huge investment, much more so than any financial investment you'll ever make, consequences are really big for her. Like, so if you tell her that your 21-year-old son ain't doing what he's supposed to do, first question she's going to ask is, well, what are the consequences? Because if there's no consequences, she says, well, why would he ever do what you tell him to do if there's no consequences? And I think that simple idea can go a very long way as it pertains to really accomplishing almost anything. Because I know a lot of you have kids that could be better, could do better. And I encourage you to sort of structure and think, like, what are the consequences of not doing what needs to be done? And the cool thing, though, is that if you can get everybody kind of on the same page, where everybody understands their job and their role on the team, you can do some amazing things together. There was and I'll say this, and then we're going to be done for today, but there's that one segment of India, like this one region of India, where the people from this region literally own, I think, 40% of all the hotels in the United States. And they do this through family businesses. They do. We talked about this, and we did a whole training on this group about a month and a half ago. I don't remember the name of the group actually, but I remember going through and we talked about that. By the way, if you go to drboycedaily.com, you can get all of the trainings that we've done, and feel free to take a look at that. So, but yeah, and if you looked at how they did it, it wasn't by accident. They did it because they have a process. They have a system of accountability. So they loan each other money. They'll loan each other $100,000 to buy their next hotel, but there's also a system to make sure that money gets paid back, right? And so it's not sort of this wide open chaos that we have in the United States and also in many of our families. It wasn't like people just sort of run around doing whatever they want. Everybody had some sort of a role and an expectation, but by being committed to the collective, you have a tremendous amount of wealth. So when you have division, you tend to have poverty. When you have chaos, you have poverty. When you have war, you tend to have a lot of poverty and economic destruction. When you have unity, collaboration, compromise, working together, people putting their egos to the side, and you have peace, then that's when you can create prosperity. It's just like growing wealth is like growing a flower. You can't grow a flower in the middle of a war zone. It's just not going to work. You have to have peaceful, healthy soil for that flower to grow. So create that healthy soil, and I guarantee that your wealth will grow in the same way. All right, so I'm going to let you guys go. I want to let everybody know that on Thursday, we're going to do an event called How to Invest in the Stock Market. And I'm doing this for those of you that haven't started yet. I will take you step by step through the process of buying stock. If you'd like to get an invitation, we'll have a discount. There is a fee attached to the training. The materials are yours for life. You will get a discount by being in this group. So if you'd like to receive that discount, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send that to you. Or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com to join if you live out of the country. And we're going to do this Thursday morning. And also, don't forget the All Black National Convention is coming up in a few months. It's October 25th through the 27th. And I would invite you all on the trip to Egypt that we're doing in August, but that's sold out. So, but because you guys wanted it or you were so excited about it, we're going to do more trips like that. So I'll let you guys know when we do the next one. And that's it. So I hope you guys have a great day. And if you want to learn more about the convention, it's allblacknationalconvention.com. It's allblacknationalconvention.com. It's in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. We secured one of our speakers, Brother Nuri Muhammad from the Nation of Islam, who's an amazing guy. If you haven't heard him speak, he's really good. Also, Lamar Tyler is coming, who is the biggest Black millionaire maker I've ever seen in my life. He literally leads an organization of dozens of Black millionaires that are regular people just like you and me. And he just understands some things that I think everyone should understand. So Lamar will be there too, along with about probably 50, 60 other experts that we've invited. So have a good day, everybody. God.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com and also Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and have a conversation with you about some of the things that I have seen in terms of what's been going on with the area of AI. AI and business, how those two integrate is of extreme interest to me because this is the future. AI is the future. These little robots are going to be a big part of your life, whether you like it or not. And I encourage you not to put your head in the sand because when AI gets here, AI is going to be here. When it gets here, it's going to be here. And those who are not prepared are going to have a much harder time than those who do prepare. So I want to say hello to Yoshika. Good to see you, my sister. And let's see, my name is Corey. Good afternoon. Shout out your city. And also give me a quick yes to let me know you can hear me okay. Let me know my audio is coming through all right. That way I can know that I can keep going. All right. So here's what I wanted to tell you all about. How many of you, give me a yes or no if you heard about McDonald's implementing AI into its restaurants. In case you don't know, McDonald's decided recently that they wanted to do an AI test. And they actually, if I'm not mistaken, had a whole store run on AI. And I was really curious to see how this experiment was going to go. I'm an AI enthusiast. I believe that the good will outweigh the bad. At the same time, I'm an AI realist, where I know that there are risks associated with a lot of this. When you start getting AI serving your cheeseburgers and stuff, you're going to get some stuff right, some stuff wrong. And let me just tell you, McDonald's, in their experiment, they actually ended up working with IBM. And effectively, the experiment was a miserable failure. McDonald's was not happy with the results. IBM was not happy with the results. They were hoping for accuracy in the mid 90s range, mid 90%, 95%. Instead, they got the low 80s. So that was kind of messy. That was kind of bad. In fact, there was one lady, one customer said that she ordered an ice cream cone, and the AI put bacon on her ice cream cone. Now I don't know. I've never tasted bacon flavored ice cream before. I'm sure somebody has tried it. It probably was not a black person, because we're smart enough to know that bacon flavored ice cream is probably not going to be that great. But that's what happened, right? So this is some of the weird stuff that's happening with AI. And it did not go well. And I want to say hello to Katina. Katina says, "Greetings, King. It's been a while." Thank you, Katina. That you made my day, sister. I appreciate your kind words, and also everybody in here. I want to let you know how much I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate intelligent Black people, because we live in a world where people celebrate ignorance and chaos, and it just drives me crazy sometimes. So smart people give me a reason to get up out of bed. But anyway, let me keep going here. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. All right, so let me describe what's been going on with McDonald's and AI, and give you a quick overview of this. I'm not going to keep you long, but I think it's important to know, and I'll also give you some thoughts in terms of where this might be going. And at the end, also, I'll tell you where you can get a list of AI companies that I'm invested in that I believe can benefit you in the future. So hit the thumbs up button. All right, so basically, there was the accuracy issue that I mentioned. The AI voice was tested in 24 locations in Illinois, and it was I think it was just for voice ordering. I don't even know if the AI was actually cooking and delivering the food. I think the AI was just taking the order, and even then they didn't get the accuracy correct. A lot of customers didn't like the AI voice. They felt it was unsettling. They compared it to robotic dystopian experiences. So they were not satisfied. Customer satisfaction matters in the business. There were also technical and legal problems. They were collecting biometric data on customers without their permission, which is a legal issue, and also getting scans of people's license plates without their permission. That's a no-no in an age where privacy is becoming a big concern as it pertains to AI. And then also the franchisees apparently were being asked to pay some sort of technology fee, and the franchisees were not happy as well. So they've got a lot of things they're going to have to work through, a lot of glitches in the matrix that McDonald's is probably still working on. Because here's the deal. Look, a lot of companies are implementing this stuff. White Castle, they actually have an AI powered drive-through, and they want to reduce labor costs. They also want to streamline their operations with AI. Kroger is using AI for inventory management and to create a personalized shopping experience through their app, where they actually help predict shopping patterns and recommend products to you. Walmart introduced a shelf scanning robots that are there to manage inventory and ensure products are stocked and priced properly, stuff like that. And then also even Starbucks and a lot of other companies are doing. So this is not going to go away. This is not going to go away. All that happened with McDonald's, in my opinion, is that they did it and they did it badly. But you know that they're circling back around, because I bet you that if you were to look at McDonald's labor costs, I bet you that the cost of hiring human beings is one of their biggest line items. I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious to know, what percentage of McDonald's costs are for labor. And and I can tell you that it's probably a pretty high percentage. I can look it up. But overall, that's the thing they're trying to get rid of. I think that the people at the top of the food chain are using AI similarly to the way they're looking at the illegals that they're letting into the country. I think that they're letting people cross the border relentlessly because it keeps labor costs down. So if you're wondering why they're not shutting down the border, that's why. Because right now the economy is doing really well. And one of the things that the leading economists are citing is they're mentioning that that inflation is going down and the economy is strong because labor costs are going down. So there's an oversupply of labor. So if you have a job, there was a time after the pandemic where the companies were begging you to stay, begging you to come back, giving you incentives to jump on board. All that's gone. All that's left. And the reason it's left is because there's been this big supply shock of extraneous individuals that are prepared to do your job at a lower cost. And so if an immigrant is willing to do your job at a lower cost, what do you think a robot's going to do? A robot doesn't even have to use the bathroom. Robots don't sleep. Robots don't form labor unions. Robots don't complain. robots there is a cost, but it's much, much lower. And so I think that's where they're going. I really think that any job that's automated, like I used to have this aunt, which I still have her. She's still alive. I'm not going to put her in the grave now yet. But I had an aunt, or I have an aunt, who used to have a job at Ford. And you know what her job was at Ford? She ended up getting workman's comp on her job. And let me tell you what she did. You know what she did? She would sit there all day and pull a lever. That's it. She would wait for the machine to put the car part into the next machine, and then she would pull a lever that would take the part from that machine to the machine after that. That's all she did. I mean, that was literally her whole job, was to just sit there and pull this lever all day. And I was like, wow, this is so crazy that there are people that have jobs like that. And this is a long time ago. This is about like the 90s or something. So you really think that in the age of AI and in the age of robotics, do you really think that that job is going to survive? I mean, they paid her $30 an hour to pull a lever all day. So a lot of these jobs obviously are going to be out of the way. They're going to disappear. It's bad for some of us, but it's good for those that can adapt. Every new technology removes a lot of jobs. I don't think you have to be afraid. One of the things that I've mentioned is not just keeping up with what's happening with AI, watching some videos on it or whatever in your spare time, but also investing in AI. These AI companies are just going to the moon. I think Elon Musk, he told his investors another lie yesterday. He lies to them all the time. He gives them these big, fantastic visions that he'll never achieve. Like, oh, we're going to have fully autonomous driving by 2017. You're right. Okay. Yeah. We're 7 years later. It ain't happened yet. But eventually, I think he'll get around to it. I think his latest big lie was that Tesla will become a $30 trillion company. Now, he's wrong. But here's where he's right. Where he's right and what he's leaning on is that AI is going to create scale unlike anything we've ever seen. That literally you're walking through a wormhole of an entirely different economic infrastructure. And those who have the best vision and the best economic consciousness are the ones who are conscious enough to have the clarity to see what's going to happen in the future. So if you want to know why every single morning at 10 a.m. I started doing that financial consciousness class, is because I want to teach you how to see the money so you can be the money. You got to get there before everybody else if you want to participate. So let me share something with you that's free. You can have this. I made a list of AI stocks that you guys can invest in. These are the companies that are expected to really benefit from AI. And I'll try to keep updating this list. Just text the word stock to 87948. And I'll send you the list. It'll come to your text message on your phone right away. So you can text stock to 87948. And I'll also give you an invitation to join us in a couple of free classes we have in the Black Business School. One is our financial consciousness class, which is every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We teach the art of economic elevation. That's what that class is all about. Just elevating through financial consciousness, understanding what money looks like, what opportunities look like, etc. And then also, we're doing tonight, we're doing our Powernomics training. Powernomics training is going to be at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. This is where we read books by the great Dr. Claude Anderson, who is the greatest economic thinker in the 20th century and beyond. And so we're reading his books word for word and breaking it down. And I think Juneteenth, which is the day of this recording, is a really important day to talk about Dr. Anderson's work. And I was just on the phone with Dr. Anderson, and he sends his blessings to all of you and wants to encourage you to keep moving forward with the Black economic revolution. We are getting it done. We are making it happen. We are the greatest. We cannot be stopped. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I actually have a meeting in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to pop in real quick and say hi. And I saw your kind comments in the chat, and I just want to let you know that you warmed my heart, and I appreciate you very, very much. And I'll check back in a little bit later. And if you could hit that thumbs up button on the way out. And also, if you'd like a free it's not free, but it does have a fee, but it doesn't cost much, of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a good day. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Our economic elevation conversation, and where we are and what we're sort of thinking about today. And what I thought I would do today is, first of all, I wanted to let you all know that I promised you all last week. Now, first of all, let me tell you guys about, in case you don't know, actually give me a yes in the chat if you're aware of the All Black National Convention. How many of you know what the convention's all about? And if you've heard me talk about it, if you've maybe been there before, things like that. And if you've been there, I would like to ask if you could help us by literally telling everybody how much of a transformational experience it is. Like literally how it will change your life. It's not just some goofball stuffy convention. It is literally a family reunion, and it's a family reunion for people that are that believe, that respect Black intelligence, that want to be smarter, that want healthy families, that want good relationships between Black men and Black women, people that want to see Black people build wealth, people that want to see us get educated, our kids get educated, that want to see us just doing better mentally and physically and all this other stuff. And I bring that up because I was watching this video today of just, and I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. I just put stuff up there that I think about, things that I see. And I just saw these young people that were on this show. Anybody seen that dating show where they pop the balloons or something? Like somebody comes in and basically if you pop a balloon, that means you don't like the guy. It's usually, every time I've seen it, it's been like two or three women and one guy. But maybe they do it the other way around too. But if the ladies don't like the guy, they will pop the balloon. And so there was a guy who went on the show, and basically I think that when the balloons got popped and they'd asked the ladies like, so what, why don't you like him? And one lady was like, I just don't like it because you're not tall enough and you're this and you're that. And he was really, really hurt. Like you could tell his feelings were hurt. And because he was hurt and he was triggered, he started dissing her back. He said some really nasty things back to her. And then another balloon popped, and this other lady said, they said, well, why did you pop your balloon? She said, well, I kind of liked him at first, but the way he responded to that first lady, I didn't like it because he was kind of sassy and he was this and he was that. And then he gets mad at her, right? And he starts kind of berating her. Well, you ain't all that. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for not being interested in me because you're doing me a favor, right? Kind of like that, right? Like, your feelings get hurt. Somebody disrespects you or whatever, and you want to respond. And then another balloon pops, right? Because then another lady was like, I saw the way he was talking to her, and I didn't like that. So anyway, long story short, it was really interesting because what I really saw is I see like mental health issues there, in the sense of like, clearly he was just hurt. His feelings were hurt, his ego was bruised. And so anyway, so he gets on to social media, and this is all on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So he gets on social media and he basically says that he got fired from his job because apparently after a lot of people saw his interaction with the women, they went and got him fired. They were calling his job. I think he was a plumber or something. And he ended up losing his job as a plumber because of this, situation that happened. And I don't know, I just kind of watched it because, I'm interested in anything that relates to love and money. And this was a love and money kind of thing where his interactions with women cost him financially because everyone watched how he engaged with the women. And I didn't like his response. But I also didn't. I also empathized. I understood his feelings. He was kind of, you do the tough guy thing because your feelings are hurt, right? You get, somebody jabs you and you're like, oh, I'm tough. I can, you know, and I just thought about that because it really just speaks to this fact that the mental health challenges that we have and the mental health triggers that we have affects how we engage and how we relate to each other. So that defensiveness, thank you, Calvin, comes out because you've got some sort of vulnerability and somebody just stabbed you right in your vulnerability. And so you're like, well, I'm gonna stab you in yours. And so now the ladies are all triggered and they're all mad and hurt that he said these things to the women. And so they're like, we're gonna get you fired from your job, which creates this downward cycle of destruction. It's like and if you really think about this, this is so interesting. This to me is an example of what they might call escalation. When you talk about conflicts, you have either escalation or de-escalation. And the escalation is that he comes in, something is said to him, he gets triggered, and that escalates. So he escalates by coming back. And then it gets escalated further because then another balloon pops and it's like pop, 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 right? Like it's like this escalation of these retaliations. And each time it escalates toward him, he's escalating his response. And then the culmination, the nuclear bomb that goes off, in my view, is that he loses his job. And he talked about how many years he'd spent learning how to be a plumber and how good he was at his job. And now he can't eat because of this show. And I really, really want you to consider this. And this will affect your economics, I promise you. People who know how to de-escalate situations or know how to kind of stand down or let go of the tension within a conflict tend to be people who end up better off in business and everything else. They're the ones who can see the problem coming before it arrives. They can see it getting out of hand, and they're the ones who they get called punks and simps because they're the ones who do what J. Cole did. If you follow hip hop, you saw where J. Cole, the rapper, apologized to Kendrick Lamar. The minute he saw he was triggered, he said, "I'm so sorry. You're one of the best rappers out here. I think you're great." And there were millions of people who said, "You're a punk. You're a wimp. Why would you do that?" Well, he did that because he knew. He said, "I don't want this smoke. I don't want this drama. I got other battles to fight. I'm already fighting battles on different fronts. I don't want to fight this one too. This is not a battle that I really want. I'm not choosing to fight you. I'm fighting other things. Maybe I'm fighting my demons. Maybe I'm fighting against oppression or whatever, but I don't want to fight you too." And I want you to think about this from a strategic standpoint. And this, I promise you, we'll get back to the other stuff. Y'all know me. We do economic elevation, and these are all the things that your finance teacher never taught you in school if you ever had a chance to have one. Um, but it's like, if you think about this, I study, you guys know I study war. I love to study World War II in particular because it was just so crazy and brutal and extraordinary and just unbelievable. My grandfather was in World War II. I got a funny story to tell you about him in a minute. But anyway, so if you know the history of World War II, you'll know that the reason that Hitler did not win the war was because of something called Operation Barbarossa. Operation Barbarossa was when he decided that because he felt like his army couldn't be defeated, he attacked Russia. Russia did not want the smoke with Hitler. They had already signed a non-aggression pact with Germany to say, "Look, you don't mess with us, we won't mess with you. We don't like you, you don't like us, but I don't want to fight you. I got other things to fight." And Hitler, I don't want to keep saying his name because I'm sure there's something in some algorithm or something where I'll get in trouble for saying it. But basically, he didn't want any of those problems, right? So, or at least Stalin didn't. But of course, arrogance caused the Germans to attack the Russians, and they ended up getting their butts kicked. I mean, they poked the bear. It got messy, and that's what ultimately was one of the big factors in them losing the war. So here's what I'm saying: people who are not strategic, who play checkers instead of chess, they will fight anybody, anywhere, in any battle. You know people like this. They're willing to get ghetto with anybody. They're willing to go into the gutter with anybody. They will fight anything, anywhere, just to show you that they're willing to fight because they don't want to get called no punk. We call those people, the people who want peace, we call them simps and punks. But it's in the extreme of that. The other extreme is that you have people that just want to fight, 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 fight. Well, similar to World War II, when you're fighting every battle on every front, and you're not being strategic and selective about which battles you pick, then you're going to ultimately lose. You're going to lose. You might win the battle, but you're going to lose the war because you can't fight 50 battles and 50 wars at once. You can't fight on 50 different fronts. And what you'll notice, and this is why healing is so important when it comes to business and wealth building and everything else, is that the people that haven't healed, the people that have all this undiagnosed, untreated trauma that causes them to destroy relationships, they are constantly fighting with everybody everywhere. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. Tell me if you've seen this. Somebody that always has an issue, always mad about something, always banging over breakfast. And that's exhausting. That is exhausting. And when somebody behaves that way, I believe that what's going on is really they're fighting something inside themselves. And also it's bad culture that creates that. And this is one of my big beefs with hip hop. See, look at me, I'm beefing right now. Because I'm traumatized and triggered. So maybe I need to keep working on Boyce too. But one of my big challenges with hip hop is that it creates that culture of beefing and battling constantly. So if you go walk over to the internet, you're going to see beefing and battling all the way across the board. I even saw Neil deGrasse Tyson beefing with Terrence Howard. Are you serious right now? It's like, what? That's so weird to me. Well, deGrasse Tyson wasn't really beefing. He kind of just said, look, this is what it is, and that's it. Whereas Terrence Howard was pretty mad at him. So anyway, long story short, I encourage you just to kind of think about these things. I think you should be a fighter, but I think that a focused, targeted fighter is more likely to win. So a lot of times when I'm in my right mind, I will strategically avoid certain fights so I can focus on the big fight. My big fight is, the battle against the racial wealth gap. That's a battle that we're winning because I'm focused on that battle. Maybe another battle is oppression and white supremacy. Maybe the battle against ignorance. That's what I want to fight. And then there's the battle against Boyce, the battle that gets Boyce out of bed at 5:30 in the morning or 6, right? Because I get up at 6 today. Maybe it's the battle for Boyce to make sure that he has a good relationship with his wife so that we can maintain our family and our the infrastructure that we're developing. Maybe there's a battle when it comes to growth and mental health. Everybody has battles. So I encourage you, pick the battles that matter to you. And the other battles, you got to elevate. Remember, consciousness is elevation. So there's economic elevation, which is deeply connected to psychological elevation. Those who psychologically elevate are also better able to economically elevate. Okay, so anyway, moving on to that, from that point, going back to, I always I might take you all the way around the world, but I always remind myself to come back to where we started. So the All Black National Convention is a space that's designed around the idea of elevation in every form, spiritual elevation, economic, whatever it is, what health, wealth, relationships, all those things are extremely important. So the convention is for you if you want a family-oriented atmosphere where the goal is to create a better future for your community than the one you had in the past. If you want Black men and Black women to love each other, it's the place for you. If you want us to raise healthy children and have strong families, it's the place for you. If you want our wealth to grow and our income to grow, the convention is the place for you. If you want to be physically and mentally healthier yourself and have awareness of these things, then the convention is the place for you. And the people that we gather are experts in all these areas from our community that put our people first. Brother Nuri Muhammad this year is one of our keynote speakers. He's extraordinary. If you haven't seen him, you got to go look him up. He's amazing. And then also we have another speaker, Lamar Tyler, who is what I call him the Black Millionaire Maker. He's got this amazing group of literally these people that have created businesses in all kinds of industries, and they're very Black first. And Lamar and I have been friends for a long time, and we have probably about another 40 experts that are going to be there, in addition to hundreds of people. Now, here's the thing. I don't want the convention to be a big blowout festival. I don't want thousands of people there who are not ready to be there. It's almost like if you have a convention for medical doctors, you don't want people there who aren't trained in medicine, who just are going to make things up and whatever. You need people that have a certain level of understanding of what the problem is, how to solve the problem, and a commitment and a desire to solve the problem in an efficient way. So my point is this. The convention is going to be sold out. We've got maybe a couple hundred tickets left. And the thing is that when I sell it, I'm not selling it to the world. I'm not offering it to everybody and anybody. I want to come to you guys first, and I'm going to offer you guys a discount. And I'm going to give you a code today that will be in effect, I think, for the next couple of days, where you can get your tickets at a discounted price. And I mentioned to you all, I asked you all that question last week. I said, if I offer you a discount to come to the convention, would you at least consider it? And so you guys will get first dibs. You also got first dibs to apply to be speakers. You also get first dibs to be attendees. After that's done, then we might open up to everyone else, but it will be at a different price point because it doesn't mean other people are not important. But those of you that have been here, you understand the uniqueness of this space. You understand how we see things a little bit different. I want to be advanced. I don't want to be a day late and a dollar short and behind and all this other stuff. So I'd like to spend time around people who are in that same mindset. So anyway, that's my little baby pitch or appeal to you to consider coming. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring people that have the right mindset. Because one of the best things about the convention, and I didn't even know this was what was going to happen, but I get consistent feedback where people say the energy here is different from any other Black convention I've gone to. They've gone to the NAACP and the Urban League and Congressional Black Caucus and all that, maybe, or InvestFest or something. And it's just, and not to say those spaces are not good spaces, but they're different from this space. In this space, there is peace, there is prosperity, there is love, there is happiness, there is joy, there is There is strategy and mixed with a beautiful blend of excitement, and you walk away feeling very enthusiastic about what the future looks like for B1 leaders in the Black community. So higher frequency, thank you. That's a great term to use. Thank you, TK. Yeah, it's just is it TK or TCOY? TCOY Hall. Sorry about that. Yeah, so higher frequency, higher vibration, that higher level. That's what the convention's all about. So anyway, so let me give you the information. Micah just sent me over the code and the information to access. There are different levels of tickets. There's general access, there's VIP, and then there's President Circle. The President Circle tends to sell out pretty quickly. So, but I think there's some general access and VIPs available. And so if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com, that's allblacknationalconvention.com, the code to get 50% off your ticket is 50 off A, B, and C. That's 50 off A, B, and C, all one word. So if somebody could put that in the chat, I'd appreciate it. 50 off A, B, and C. And that stands for All Black National Convention, 50 off A, B, and C, allblacknationalconvention.com. So feel free to go take a look at that. So so what I'm going to do also is for the rest of our time, if you have questions, not just about the convention, or you can really ask me about anything. I thought today would be a fun Q&A day instead of me, because I've done enough talking. I've talked for the last few minutes. So I'd like to maybe talk and respond to your questions. So if you have questions about, say, specific stocks or stock options, I'd like to save that for class later on today. If you're in the stock market program, we're going to do a portfolio power play in about an hour and a half. I think it's at noon, or I got to look at the schedule, but I'll be back in for that. So if you go to drboystockmarket.com, that's where the stock market stuff is, or the blackstockmarketprogram.com, THE. The first month is free if you'd like to try that. All right. So yeah, so let's see here. So put your question in the Q&A section and I will answer your question. Okay, Kim Hitchcock says, I have tickets. I want an upgrade. Yeah, I think you can do an upgrade on the page. If you can't, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a great support team. They're right there and they're waiting to talk to you if you have any questions. Have you heard about David Hawkins' map of consciousness? No, I have not, Calvin. I will look it up though. Thank you for the suggestion. Toya, what should my 13-year-old do daily to prepare to start learning stocks on his own? I think that committing himself each day to at least spending maybe 10 minutes or more, taking in some type of financial information, whether it's like a financial show or reading financial articles or something, is a great way to start. I think also basic conversations, like discussions about what you're learning in this class, I think is very powerful. If you think about it, I mean, this is the reason I created this is because I wish somebody had given me this when I was a kid. If somebody had done this for me when I was 12, I'd be a whole different person. You know what I would have done? I would have been one of those kids that like went to Harvard when he was like 14 years old or something. I would have loved that. I just didn't have anybody guiding me in that direction. But I think I could have done that. I could have gone to college at 14. College is not hard. I was a college professor. It's very easy. If you give me any kid of average intelligence that's 15 years old, and they do what I tell them to do, they can make a B in my class. College, not only is college not difficult, honestly, but they've dumbed it down. They've really dumbed it down. And if your kid goes to college and they're bringing back terrible grades, it's because they're not trying. College is not that hard. I'm telling you. And I know everyone might disagree, or not everyone, but some people may disagree with that because maybe they struggle. The reason it's hard is because I think honestly, American kids are trained to be very lazy. If you go to other countries, my wife taught in Guyana. And when she taught in Guyana, let me just tell you, those kids didn't have half the resources that the kids have here. But I've never seen people more hungry to learn than I did when I was in Guyana. They didn't care. I mean, they were in this hot, non-air conditioned school and with really bad facilities. But they were eager. They were hanging out the door, like sitting on the desk, taking notes, just getting in where they could fit in to get the knowledge. And so if you go around the world, you'll understand why I'm really concerned about the future of American children because we just don't have that here. You know, we will find any good situation and find a reason to complain about it. Even when a lot of opportunities in front of the kids, they'll still find some reason to be convinced that they're super oppressed. And I'm not saying that oppression isn't real. It is real, but I also think that there's opportunity. And I think that if you can't see that, if you don't have awareness of the opportunity, then that's a type of oppression. A type of oppression is when someone blinds you to your possibilities. So let me keep going. Next question. Cheryl says, now that NVIDIA split, should I buy more and save and how many? I don't give investing advice like that in terms of telling you what stocks to buy. I can say the Nvidia shares I own, I did not buy more. So I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you what I did. And also a stock that I like right now is Nurix Therapeutics. The ticker symbol is NRIX. That's NRIX. And basically that is a stock I bought this morning. So I bought some shares of Nurix this morning. So, and also I have something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, which is part of the Black Stock Market Program. So if you want to do a 30-day trial to see what it's like, just go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, or you can also go to drboycestockmarket.com. Michael Ruff, good morning, Doc. What are your thoughts on NIO? Is NRX good for selling covered calls? I don't think it is. NIO is okay, but if you have questions about specific stocks, save that for the portfolio power play. That's later on this afternoon. So let's see here. Tana says, can we make a bust or plaque to award Dr. Anderson from all of us with deepest respect and love? That's a great idea, Tana. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and maybe if you can help us figure out an easy way to get that done, I'd love to actually do that. He deserves it. They're making a movie about him, and actually, I need to get back to the people that are making the film. I was in it, and so I'm gonna invest in it, but the Black Business School will invest, but we don't want any of the proceeds. I want all that money to go to the family, but we will put out money to help the project get done. Let's see. Dwayne says Saudi Arabia just agreed to end the business petrodollar only, in that they have said that they will now accept different currencies for their oil. What are the ramifications of this move? You know what? I've got to go dig into this a little further. Now, by the way, if you have a question, if you can make it a little bit shorter, that way I can get to everybody's question. But I'll look at that first part. Yeah, I would say I'm going to research the petrodollar stuff a little more deeply, but I will say that anything that reduces dependence on the US dollar can be considered to be a threat to the dollar for sure. But if you think that that's going to happen anytime soon, it's just not. The United States just has such a strong economy. It's in fact, in the last couple quarters, the demand for dollars hasn't gone down, it's actually gone up. It's gone up. People are using dollars more than they were using them before. And a lot of it is because the US economy is so powerful. It's literally right now one of the few economies on the planet that's doing well. Like the European central banks are all lowering interest rates because their economies are dying, or not dying, but struggling. The United States is just on top of it. And then how long is that going to last? I don't know. But also, if you go to China, China is struggling right now because they over leverage their real estate market. So there's a lot of dynamics happening around that. At least that's the way things are now. But remember, consciousness and awareness means not just seeing the present, but seeing the future. So I want you to maintain that awareness. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So Kim, you want the upgrade for the A, B, and C? Yes, just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and they will take good care of you on the upgrade. If you can't, but I think you may be able to upgrade on the page. I'll have to ask Micah, but go to allblacknationalconvention.com and see if there's a way to upgrade. If there's not something there, then you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and I'll mention it to the team. Let's see. Are you comfortable releasing your Xbox gamer tag? You know what? I don't know what my Xbox gamer tag is, Robert. I just know that I play Call of Duty with my buddies. We're a bunch of 50-year-old dudes, and because we're old school, like we believe in strategy and working together and planning. We kick everybody's ass. Like we're really good. We call ourselves the Wolf Pack just to be silly and have fun. And so we're really good because like kids, they might be quicker like at the trigger and all that, but they don't make a plan. They don't understand teamwork, right? So my buddy Dave, he's a former Marine. Shout out to those who serve the country in that way. And then GMAC is a strategist, and Bernard is just a great team player who's actually come to the convention. If you come to the All Black National Convention, you'll meet Bernard at the convention. I met him online, but he came to the convention. He's a great guy. And so we do really well. So my gamer tag, or the name that I have up there, is Coco773. But I don't know if that's how you can look me up, but I am Coco773. The stock pick was NRIX, Nurix Therapeutics. Again, this is not investing advice, but it is a stock that I just purchased today. So I'll be happy I'm glad to share that with you. Can you get discounts on hotels, and what hotel is it? Great question, Tana. And yes, you can. The answer is yes. At allblacknationalconvention.com, there should be hotel information there. If you go to the page and you see something missing that should be there, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I really stay with the team about making sure that we're on point We don't just believe in Black excellence. We just believe in excellence, period. So if you see something that's less than excellent, you let them know, and I'll talk to them and say, okay, let's make sure this works. Make sure it does what it's supposed to do. But there should be information on allblacknationalconvention.com that talks about the hotel. It's a beautiful hotel. It's the Westin. The rooms are about 130 to 150 per night. We got them to give a discount. The discount won't last, so you want to book your room sooner rather than later. But it's amazing. I went to visit the location. It's just an awesome area. There's a movie theater like right in the same parking lot, pretty much a big gigantic movie theater. But then there's a mall across the street and just all these other things. There's a Target next door if you bring the kids and you want to go over to Target and get some stuff at the last minute or whatever. So it's a great hotel for that. It's built for it's really great for families, but it's also just great to give us a nice, comfortable experience without being overly bougie and overly costly. Uh, okay, so let's see. Next question. Errol, if you had to hold one company stock for the next 10 years, which one would it be? One company, Chipotle or Amazon? Let's see here. How do you feel about Governor West pardons 175,000 marijuana convictions? I think that's great. I think that nobody should be in prison for possessing weed. I think that that's terrible that they did that. And then we're the ones that spent all that time in prison, but other people are making money from it. It's just that's the oppression. If you want to if you want something to be mad about, I think being mad about stuff like that makes sense to me. Also, I'm really mad about the way people are treated in prison. I don't think we don't talk about that enough. I hope one day we become conscious enough to stop getting mesmerized by one police shooting, because that's the tip of the iceberg. That's not the big problem. The big problem is the torture and the inhumane treatment that occurs once people get behind bars, the amount of assault, sexual assault, stuff like that. And what that does is that brings people out of the system that are worse off than they were when they went in. And then that person who's now mentally ill and probably physically ill, HIV rates shoot up inside the prisons. I don't know if anybody knows that. You think about it. So when Black men come home from prison and they've been in prison being sexually assaulted and they catch HIV, who are they sleeping with when they first come home? They're sleeping with Black women and some of the men too. So you can really connect. And again, this is a wealth problem, because without health, you have no wealth. If your health is bad, then the pharmaceutical companies will take all your wealth. The hospitals will take all your wealth. The whole medical system is designed to extract wealth out of you in exchange for what I would call pseudo health. It's not even real health. You're not really healthy after you take all those pills and keep going to the doctor. They just keep you alive long enough so they can drain you for every penny. So this public health crisis that goes completely unaddressed and undiscussed, because everybody wants to just talk about what happened to George Floyd that day. I don't want to debate that. I don't. If you notice, I've never really talked much about the George Floyd incident, because I don't think that that's where the problem is. The problem to me is when I go, and I turn on the TV in Chicago and I see little children being shot down by whoever, whether it's police, a gangbanger, or whatever. That always bothers me. I don't care who killed you. I just don't want to see it. And then also, when you think about prison, sure, some people go to prison because they need some time away from society, but they are poisoning some of these people by torturing them so badly that when they come home, they become harmful to others around them. A real life story, true story. And this does, again, all this stuff links back to wealth, mental health, and all that. I hope that we understand that. Let me know if you get this, so you don't think I'm talking, about something unrelated to our economics. It's just I like to look at it in a holistic way. But I knew a lady who prison was generational for their family, and it was in her father went to prison for economic reasons. Again, this always relates to money. Her father was a drug dealer, a big kingpin in Chicago, and he got a lot of time in prison. He's been in prison since the early 1990s. And so she grew up with a daddy in prison. So she has this attraction to men who just got out of jail. So she dates guys, a lot of guys that just came out of jail. And the problem is that not everybody who comes out of jail is a good person, right? Some people, sure, misunderstanding, they've rehabilitated, but some people are not quite, you know, you know what I mean. And so she would have these boyfriends that came out of jail, and then they would babysit her daughters. And her daughter showed every single sign that a child will show when they've been touched by a man, when they've been, molested, right? And she I remember talking to her, one of her relatives, and she said, I can't explain that to my sister. She doesn't get it. She doesn't want to hear me. And I was thinking it's probably because she's also mentally ill and completely incapable of seeing that her child, her both of her children show every single sign, every textbook sign that there is. Because remember, I'm married to a social worker slash therapist, so she can see all the signs that your child's been molested. They check every single box, right? So this is what I mean. This is why the incarceration system and process is something that should concern all of us. And I think that we end up getting distracted by getting mad about a police shooting. And sometimes, if I'm really to be honest, sometimes when the shooting happens, I can't always identify with somebody who's high and drunk or pulled a knife out on a cop or like I don't identify with that. That's because I don't understand that. I'm not saying that it should have happened. I'm saying I don't identify with that. So when you tell me when one guy got shot after he'd shown up at his baby's mama's house with a knife, I where I come from, guys like that get popped. The community handles people like that. The father that raised me, again, who was a police officer, is a guy who says, you hurt a child or you hurt a woman, I'm going to hurt you. That's what I saw growing up. So I can't identify with someone claiming that you're a victim when you were there to victimize other people. I don't. So this is something I can't apologize for, but it's not something I talk a lot about because a lot of people don't understand that nuance. We get caught up whatever CNN tells us to talk about or to care about. That's what we end up caring about. And I think that that's another type of white supremacy that's very, very subtle, but they give you cues on what you're allowed to get angry about. So I don't need anybody's permission to be deeply angry about the way people are treated when they're incarcerated because it's not a system that's built on rehabilitation. And because they ignore rehabilitation, they harm your community because you got a lot of ex-felons in your community who are mentally ill, who are harming and preying on other people. And I saw this close up because I saw my older brother figure, who was my uncle, but he was like my older brother. I saw what prison did to him, and it did not make him a better person at all. It made him a complete disappointment to everybody in his life, starting from his children to every woman he impregnated to me, and I just personally think that these are the little things that we miss in terms of what's happening to our economics in the community. Like we think that it's all about better jobs and whatever the Democrats or Republicans are doing and all these simple shallow things. No, no, no. It's deeply embedded in various aspects of your culture that people don't have the patience nor the consciousness to specifically take the time to address. So that's my speech on that. I'm done. Thank you for listening. Let's see, Jonathan, can you send a link for the power play today? Yeah, I'll send it out to you guys. If you're on the text list, text morning to 87948, and you guys can come to the power play for sure. And if you want to log in and see all the stocks I picked this week, because you guys know I have what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can also log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com. But I'll send you guys a link to the power play once we get out of here. It'll be this afternoon. Let's see, Brandon says, how do I get my money back from a stock that is temporarily untraceable? STB and why? That's a tough one. I would encourage you, whatever brokerage company you use, I would reach out to their tech support and just tell them what your situation is and see if they can help you. Chances are, if a stock is untraceable and you can't get your money back and you can't find out where the stock is, there's a good chance you're probably dabbling with some of these penny stocks. And I'm a big believer that penny stocks are very bad investments. Generally, they look good, but they're very bad for various reasons that involve things like there are certain market mechanics that have to be in place for the market to even be a good market to go into. Think of it like living in a good neighborhood versus a terrible neighborhood. Some neighborhoods you're just not supposed to live in. Some areas are just not livable. Like you can't live in a war zone. So to me, when I see trading in a penny stock, it's almost like I see you saying, I'm going to go build my dream house in a war zone, and that's not safe for you. So you want to trade stocks in a good neighborhood. So trading with Nvidia and Microsoft is like building a house in New York City or something. It's expensive, but there's infrastructure. A penny stock is like trying to go to Afghanistan or something in the rural part of Afghanistan and building a house out there. You're going to have a lot of problems that you did not anticipate. So I encourage you to I don't mess with the penny stocks or the small level, the companies that are on the brink of bankruptcy, and they call them pink sheets, over the counter stocks. I don't mess with those. In fact, if you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's blackwealthmasterplan.com, there's that free $5 a day plan. That is focused on the S&P 500, the 500 largest companies, the 500 best money makers in America, which are among the best money makers on the planet. If you align as much of your fate as possible to the 500 most accelerated money makers in America, you cannot lose. You will win. You will succeed. You will be wealthy. And you don't have to take a bunch of classes. You don't have to be a financial expert. You don't have to pick the right stock at the right time. All that crap, you got to throw it out. Just throw it out the window now. I'm not saying that there's not value in it, maybe to some extent, but I'm telling you that most of the people that bring up financial stuff on the internet, they just confuse you. They bog you down with a bunch of excess BS that you don't need to know. And again, as a financial scientist, as a person who's written research papers, I've written original. Go talk to somebody. Say, have you ever written an original research paper published in a peer-reviewed academic journal on financial strategies or stock markets? The answer is no. None of these people have done this. It's hard to do. So basically, I'm kind of like what Neil deGrasse Tyson does in science. Maybe I'm the Neil deGrasse Tyson of finance, in the sense that I think about this from an academic standpoint. When you sort through all the BS, you get down to very basic, very simple, elegant, beautiful theories that pretty much say things that you should be thanking God that I can say these things to you honestly. Things like the efficient market hypothesis basically says that anybody of any intelligence level can pretty much just drop money into the S&P 500 and do that consistently, and they're going to be wealthy in less than a generation. Not even a generation. 10 years, they'll be better off than 95% of all Americans, because they'll have $20,000 or $30,000 liquid in the bank. That's what the $5 a day plan is based on. And it comes from the fact that I said, I want to find the simplest thing that anybody can do that will be transformative in their life. So don't think that you have to go and read 50 books to know how to be a stock market investor. You could literally know nothing and learn nothing and do nothing and be wealthier than most people in America if you follow one or two simple basic rules. That's it. And if there's ever an opportunity to overcome white supremacy and racism and oppression and capitalist corruption or whatever, all these things, all these all these boogeymen that we're fighting, if there was ever an easier way to overcome that, it would be that. That to me that's the North Star. That's our Harriet Tubman moment. That's how we get the hell up out of this nonsense. So do that for yourself. And then as you build that wealth, you pass it to your kids, and 95% of their economic problems will disappear. So feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com if you have not done that yet. That's where the $5 a day plan is. If you want to go deeper into stock market investing, I did a whole stock market investors weekend that you can find at thedrboycemethod.com. That's thedrboycemethod.com. All right. So Regina says, should I sell stock options via Charles Schwab or Robinhood? In the Prime program, I teach with Robinhood, and so I just like it for the simplicity. But you can do it on Schwab too. I have a student I work with a couple times a week with one-on-ones, and he uses Schwab, and so that got me some familiarity with Schwab, and it's a great platform. And by the way, if you want to do things like one-on-ones or VIP meetings or something like that, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can set you up. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Yusuf, would you recommend paying off debt in full or paying minimum payments if you're trying to build credit? Um, you know, minimum payments can build your credit, but at the same time, though, it can be very costly, because paying the minimum payment means you're going to get hit by a ton of interest. And that's how the banks make their money, is getting you to make the minimum payment. So I'm not a big fan of that. But I think that you can build your credit just by paying your bills on time. And so I don't believe in carrying a bunch of debt just to build credit, though. Let's see here. What's the website for the convention again? Ask Renee. It's allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. If somebody could type that in for me, I'd appreciate it. And what was that code to save 50%? What was it? Could somebody type the code in the chat? Because I don't have it in front of me. I think it was like 50 off A, B, and C. I think that's what it was. All one word. So feel free to use that code. Travis, are you familiar with Ryan Leslie's financial training? It would be cool for you to see you two work together. I've heard about Ryan Leslie. I heard he's in the music industry. Thank you, C man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I heard about him years ago, and it sounds like he's doing really good stuff, especially for musical artists. Musical artists need to learn financial stuff because that industry just kicks their butt. Because the music industry has a very high level of financial awareness. Those guys. When NWA started and Jerry Heller brought that group together, his financial awareness was here. Their financial awareness was, not quite there. Ice Cube had high financial awareness, but everyone else didn't. And that's why they signed those crazy deals. And then also, if you know that story about New Edition and how they went on that world tour and has sold out stadiums all around the globe and got a check for $1.87 after the tour was over. That was where financial awareness disadvantages came into play. They were 12-year-old kids from the projects, and they didn't have good mentors around them or anybody around them who knew how these things worked. So they end up getting exploited in a major way. So when you're not aware, when you don't have consciousness about something, that opens you up to being exploited by people that are watching you. And one of the things that has to occur, the reason Black economic consciousness must rise is because people extract wealth from the Black community by studying you like you're rats in a lab. Like they look at you and they're watching your every move, and you're not watching anybody's moves. You're not even watching your own moves, or you're at least that's the way we're trained anyway. We're just moving, we're just living. So if you imagine a man who's conscious of watching a group of sheep or something, the sheep are not watching anything. The sheep are just being sheep. But his consciousness, he can see himself, but he can also see the sheep as a collective. So he has a perspective that allows him to understand, okay, all the sheep, when the wind is blowing this way, they go that way. If I put the food over here, they'll all go that way. If the sheepdog, moves them in this direction, they'll all go south or north or whatever. So what I want you to do is I want you to elevate the consciousness so that you don't end up sort of being exploited that way. You should at least be conscious of other people's consciousness, right? Like they know things, but you should know what they know. And then maybe they know that you know what they know. And then when they know that you know what they know, then they don't want to talk to you no more. Right. So that's where my consciousness is when it comes to those who seek to extract wealth from the Black community is I know what I know. I know what they know, and a lot of times they know that I know what they know. So that's why when a presidential candidate wants to sit down and talk to someone about Black economics, he doesn't want to talk to Dr. Boyce. He doesn't want to talk to Dr. Claude Anderson. He wants to talk to Cardi B or whatever. He wants to talk to a rapper because he knows that rappers don't have a very high level of economic consciousness. And I think I told you about that. It sounds like I'm bragging a little bit. Maybe I am. But you remember when Charlamagne the God interviewed Joe Biden and asked him those really poignant questions about economics and asked him, or just Black people in general and what Black people should expect and all sorts of, and Biden got really upset and he said, well, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black. And I think because it was a year later, or a couple years later, I could tell people this, but right before that interview, I had text Charlamagne and told him what questions to ask. And so some of those questions he asked were questions where I specifically said, okay, ask him about this, ask him about this, ask him about that. And when he asked him those questions, he blew a gasket because he wasn't used to Black men in entertainment collaborating with Black scholars and Black thinkers. But this is nothing new. Farrakhan has been doing this with entertainers for a long time, where they strategize behind closed doors. The revolution doesn't always need to be televised. In fact, I think about the Celtics player Jaylen Brown. I love Jaylen Brown a lot. He's one of my favorite athletes of all time. Not just because he was the Finals MVP, which is amazing for him. I'm really happy that he won the championship. But he's super, 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 super smart. He's also super, 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 super Black. So if I was ever to construct just the perfect Black man in terms of what I dreamed about, what my dream is that we have a community with like 10 million Jaylen Browns. Like if we had 10 million Jaylen Browns, we couldn't be stopped because sure, he's a great athlete, he plays sports and he's competitive, which is great, but he also is super strategic and intelligent, and he cares about his community. So all of his wealth, his power, his capability is going to be targeted in the right direction. He's not distracted. Because remember, you had other great Black athletes. You had OJ Simpson, but OJ was taking all of he was giving his best to somebody else. He was taking all the things that could have made him special and applying it in a different direction. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics is, to me, he's in that tradition of the Muhammad Ali, where you have the greatest athlete on earth, one of the greatest athletes on earth. Ali was the greatest. Brown is one of the greatest. I mean, he's the finals MVP, which makes him the best player in the NBA finals. And he also just really is focused and targeting his energy in a good way. So I'm excited to see what he does, and I think that he should have people, smart people in his corner, smart people that are not trying to get things out of him, that are in his corner, that give him advice on how to use that enormous wealth and power that he's accumulating. But he also has to, in my view, remember that the revolution shouldn't be televised. So I don't think he has to let everyone know, all those racist Celtics fans know exactly who he's consulting with, because at some point they're going to use that against him, right? So I don't want them to do to him what they did to Jim Brown and stuff like that. I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and it's a shame how Jim Brown was the greatest athlete in the history of Syracuse. And I watched a movie about Ernie Davis, who won the Heisman after he played after Jim Brown. Jim Brown recruited him to Syracuse. And in the Ernie Davis movie, they painted Jim Brown in a really negative way. But yet they painted Ernie as the good Negro. And then Jim Brown was just this crappy, terrible guy. And Brown was just such an athlete. He was kind of like the Wilt Chamberlain. He did in football and track and everything what Wilt Chamberlain did in basketball and track. I mean, these guys are just superhumanly talented. And so anyway, let me keep going here. All right. So Lydia Crowder says purchase 100 shares to actively learn how to sell options more efficiently or reinvest dividends in dividend paying companies. It depends on what you want to do, Lydia. If you sell options, I think you just want to make sure you know how to do it in a way that's going to work for you. If you log in at drboyceprime.com, there's a list of what I call Dr. Boyce money makers, which are stocks that are great for selling options on, and I rank them every month in terms of which ones generate the most income. So selling options is a great way to generate income, but it comes with pros and cons. Dividends are slower and lower. It's hard to live off of dividends because you got to own a lot of stock to make an adequate amount of money from the dividends. But selling options, you don't need a massive capital base to generate good income. If you want to take a look and just be introduced to what we do with selling options, just go text the word money to 87948. And if you text money to 87948, I'll send you a training called How to Make Money Without Working. Why don't you contact Jaylen Brown? Uh, I have no comment, Tana, because the revolution cannot be televised. Tiffany Anderson, do you think the U.S. dollar is based on oil since gold stopped backing it in the 70s? No, it's not based on oil. The U.S. dollar is not based on anything. It's just based on people believing in the government. So yeah, so there we go. But I think it's based on the military. I think the military defends the dollar. So let's see here. Does the 50 off? Sorry, Henry, I don't see your question, brother. I apologize. Oh, does the 50 off code work with the discount given on the website? I don't know if there's a discount given on the website, but I don't know. You have to give it a try. I'll check with Micah to see what I just told her that I wanted to offer you guys a discount for the convention. So if you use 50 off A, B, and C, all one word, then that will get you the discount that she's offering. If you have any issues at all, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. How far is the hotel from O'Hare? I think it's about 20 minutes away. There's not a shuttle though, but it is about 20 minutes away. So you take a short little Uber ride. Will you be attending the Dr. Fraser Power Networking Conference in Charlotte? Yes, I will. That's going to be around July 10th. I'm only going to be there for one day though, because I got to go to see my daughter the next day. So, but I will be there for one day. Let's see. Paris says, with kids being out for the summer, how about some teen sessions for children interested in financial consciousness? That's a good point. Right now, I tell you, it takes a lot for me to do this one class. Um, so I just tell parents, bring your kids. If you want your kids to see and hear what we're talking about, bring it and maybe talk to them about it. I think that I think kids can understand adult conversations. I really do. I don't think it has to be specifically a kid-based conversation. I think that kids can learn a lot listening to adults talk about real life. So bring your kids if you want to. I think that's fine. Some of you are already doing that. That's why I try not to cuss. And then in terms of stuff for children, if you go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com, There's a massive digital curriculum that will be great for the summer to keep your kids busy and to give them their baby bachelor's degree in, say, stock market investing, or they can get a baby bachelor's degree in crypto. I don't have one for options yet, but now that I think about it, we should have that. We got one in real estate, stuff like that. So that's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Also, if you go to drboycebooks.com, at drboycebooks.com, there are financial flashcards. They cover a lot of functional areas. Even my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I made flashcards so you can learn the key concepts from that book. Because a lot of these concepts in the book are things that you're not going to find in a textbook anywhere, because they have to be specifically tailored for Black, for Black economic experiences. Now, Pedro says, stop calling children kids. I can't call them kids no more. Is that not politically correct? I used the word midget the other day and I stopped myself because I'm not supposed to say midget. So is kids like bad or something? I maybe am I calling them baby goats? I apologize if I offended you with the word kids. I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna try my best not to. I can't. So Pedro, I love you, man, but I'm gonna keep using the word kids. So anyway, let me keep going. Kids are baby goats. Okay. Anyway, Marcia says, if the American economy is strong, will it stay strong regardless of this year's election? Yeah, I think so. I think the Democrats and Republicans, one thing they have in common is the they care about money, so they're not gonna let the money go down. So that's a fact. Morning seven at 87948. It's blocked. Is it blocked, Kevin? If I say text the word morning to the number 87948, if you type morning 87948, it won't do anything. But if you type the word morning in your phone and then text that to the number 87948, it should let you onto the list. If it doesn't, let me know. I met a brother in the gym yesterday and he tried it right there and it seemed like it worked okay. If it doesn't work, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Okay, thank you, C-Matt. I appreciate that. All right, so let's see here. T and O says, will you please repeat the stock you bought earlier? Yeah, it's Nurix Therapeutics, Nrix, Nurix Therapeutics, Nurix is the name of the company. The ticker symbol is NRIX. What time is the Power Play meeting today? I think it's noon. Let me look to see and check my calendar. I think it's noon, or maybe, let's see, today's Tuesday, right? Okay. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, noon Eastern. So I'll send you guys a link right after we get out of here. Audrey, is there an S&P 500 stock or ETF that is more affordable? The one I see is $5,481 per stock. Well, you know what, Audrey? It doesn't matter what the cost of the stock is because you can buy fractional shares. So you can just decide how much you want to invest. And even if the stock costs $100,000, you can still buy $5 worth, $50 worth, $100 worth. And you're still getting a great investment. If it's a great company, that's what matters. It doesn't matter the stock price. So sometimes people will buy stocks that are $2 or $7 because they feel like that's what they can afford. Because they're like, well, I want to own a whole share of the stock instead of a piece of a share. But you're getting the exact same magnitude of investment because the company that charges $5 a share, they might have 100 million shares outstanding, whereas the company that charges $1,000 a share may have literally 1,000 times less shares outstanding. So if I put $50 into that stock, I'm getting the same bang for my buck in both cases. It seems different, but it's not different. It's just a magic trick. It's an illusion. Stock splits are basically an economic illusion. And because people believe it works, it ends up kind of working to boost the price a little bit. But for the most part, it doesn't mean anything. So, but if you're looking for ETFs that don't cost a lot, I don't know. I don't have anything in mind that I can remember right now. I did make a list of stocks that you can get for under $10, but that was something I sent out a while back. So yeah, so I apologize, I don't have anything in mind, but don't worry about it, just fractional shares. That's what you do. All right, a couple more stocks. I have a couple more questions, and then we'll bounce out for today. Penny stocks and fractional shares, are they the same? No, they are not. I have no experience. I want to invest. Do you have a 101 class of stocks? Yes. Type this in the chat. It's THE, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. THE, that's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The first month is free. It's either free or it's $1. So you can try it out. There is 7 years worth of lectures and material. I bet you there's 500 lectures in there. If you want to go through them all, you probably won't be able to, but that's okay. If you go through like 5, you're going to know more about stock market investing than 90% of society, I promise you. But if you go through a bunch more, or if you are in your car and you just want to play them on audio, speed it up to 150% so you can go through as much material as possible, you will know your stuff. You will know your stuff very well. We've done stock market weekends, things like that, where we put that material right in there. So if you want to start with the very basics, that stuff's available. More advanced stuff is available. Also, if you're not sure which stocks to look at, I literally do something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying every week, where I pick a bunch of stocks and I put them in there and I say, these are stocks that I like. Feel free to go take a look. I cannot give investing advice because I didn't get that particular license, but I did get a PhD, which means I know what I'm talking about. So I can't tell you what to buy, but I can tell you what I bought for myself. Let's see. Is TradeStation a good platform for buying stocks and selling options? I don't know much about TradeStation, Lisa. I can't vouch for the quality of that because I haven't even heard much about it. Let's see. What do you think about investing in Miso Robotic? I don't have the stock in front of me, so I can't really speak to that. But if you bring that to the power play, I can look it up for you. How much does it cost to do a one-on-one with me? I can't remember the cost. It's like a few $100s though. It's not cheap. So the one-on-ones are really for those that really want to they have important investing decisions to make. You want me to look at your specific case and you want to sit and talk for 30 minutes. I think the 30 minutes it's about $4.99 or something like that. And I think for an hour it's like $8.99 or something. And so it's not cheap. And it has to have a price point because, we have to pay people in the Black Business School. And also my time is super, super limited. And in fact, I can only do like one or two one-on-ones in a given week anyway. So if that's a lot, that's okay. There's classes and stuff. There's a ton of stuff that we do. But if you want to do a one-on-one, then that is available and you can bring your spouse and I do a lot of these. They've proven really valuable, particularly when it comes to selling stock options. So like prime students have done one-on-ones and in 30 minutes, I can pretty much point you to where the money is. And so that's one of those situations where literally if you have a little bit of a capital base and you're like the question becomes like, okay, how much money would you like to be able to bring in every month? And again, there's no guarantees because markets go up and down, but I can literally point you to stocks that you can sell options on that day that will generate a certain amount of money and help you achieve a specific financial goal. So if income is the goal, you want to make enough money to quit your job or pay all your bills, and you've been a saver or you got money in your 401k or access to money from a HELOC or something, you'd be amazed at what you can do in that situation. So I love those one-on-ones. But then generally, sometimes people want to ask me questions about their business or other investing strategies. So that's what we kind of do. The floor is really yours at that point. Terrence, XRP is performing better. Is it a good idea to buy a great deal of more shares? XRP is the new Bitcoin. I don't think it's the new Bitcoin, but I have heard great things about XRP, which is one of the cryptos. And I'll tell you, I made a lot of money off XRP. I might buy some more. I sold it when it got out of litigation. I sold it, but I may buy some more. Last question. Lisa, can you sell options on Nvidia stock? Yes, you can, but it did not make the list of money makers, but yes, you can. Just like Barack Obama said, yes, you can. All right, so a couple more things. Number one, if you want to join the Portfolio Power Play today, I will send you all the link right now. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to 87948, and I will send it to you. If you type morning in your chat or in your text message, and then text that to the number 87948, I'll send it to you. Second of all, if you want to get the discount on All Black National Convention, I think it's going to be available for 48 hours. So, and you guys get it first. And then if we sell out with you all, then no one else outside of this space will be able to buy tickets. So if you'd like to go to take a look and see what we have with the convention going on this year, it's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago, not in Chicago, but right near Chicago. So you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com and you can actually look up the code or type in the code 50 off A, B, and C, all one word, 50 off A, B, and C. And then, I look forward to seeing you at the convention. I hope you'll bring your family too. It's a great family reunion. And I really love it when people bring their kids and they bring their spouses or they bring their best friend. And I guarantee you, if you bring a friend just so they can see what it's like, it's almost completely guaranteed your friend is going to say, "Oh my God, this changed my life." Like that's how powerful it is. The dates are October 25th through the 27th. I will be there. And actually, for the first time this year, one of my girls is going to be on a panel. She's in education. She's getting her doctorate in education. And so I'm super excited about seeing her on our education panel. So we're gonna have some awesome, but we have like about 40 other experts that are coming there. So it's a really exciting time. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I will see you all either in the Portfolio Power Play at noon or I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good day, everybody. See you soon. Bye-bye. I thought that today for our Powernomics training, it would be important to connect what's going on with Juneteenth to what's happening in our community, and also what's in Dr. Claude Anderson's books, who I consider to be the original Juneteenther. He is the king of Juneteenth. He's Kingteenth or something, right? He's the man, and he says hello. By the way, I talked to Dr. Anderson today. He's feeling stronger. I don't see him making a lot of public appearances in the future, however, but he does send his blessings and his regards. And as I told you all, I've been teaching this class for 5 years now, approximately, something like that. And by the way, if you go to Dr. Boyce Book Club, I think it's drboycebookclub.com, if that's it. Yeah, you can get all the recordings of every single training that we've done. So feel free to do that. But I wouldn't be teaching this class if it wasn't for him saying it's okay to do that. If he said it's not okay to use the name Powernomics in the title, I would not be doing that. So he sends his blessings and his regards, and also he sends his appreciation and his respect for the fact that you are the last line of defense for the Black community. You are the people that are pushing for intelligence over ignorance. You are pushing for unity over division. You are pushing for progress over backwardness. And there's a whole lot of shenanigans out here, a whole lot of ridiculousness, because a lot of times we don't know our history, right? We don't know historically when we see ourselves engaging in weird, strange, and obviously humiliating ways. There's not a historical context that allows us to understand, why this buffoonery might be so common, why the shenanigans just continue. So this is one of the reasons why it's important to read books from our elders who can tell us the things that we need to know. A lot of times, and I'll tell you this, when you talk about economics, and you guys know I'm not a financial influencer at all, I'm a financial scientist. That's my goal. The science pretty much tells me that when you look at Black wealth growth and shrinkage, a lot of your answers lie before integration, not after integration. Integration didn't really do a whole lot to put you in a better economic position. Integration actually moved you backwards. So with that being said, there's a lot that we can all learn here in terms of knowing how to make ourselves better and stronger in this new environment. Now, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Okay, let me know if you can hear me and my audio's coming through. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start reading from Dr. Claude Anderson's book. We've been reading this book for probably about a year now. We read a little bit every week. I almost want to do this class more than once a week or something. I'm going to think about that. We already do Money in the Morning, our economic elevation every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. That is 7 days a week. So if you aren't invited to Money in the Morning, where we do financial consciousness training, it's an amazing class. Anybody who's in there, just say something in the chat so people will know, like, this is not BS. If you want to join us, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And this book is called The Black History Reader. The Black History Reader, and the website you can get a copy of Dr. Anderson's book is powernomics.com. So please go to powernomics.com, support this man and his amazing work. A lot of people are sort of willing to say that they support things, but they don't really support. And a lot of other communities, you look in the Jewish and Asian communities, Indian communities, etc., they support things by writing checks for the things that they believe in. Right? Money is power. And we write lots of checks. We spend lots of money. We are among the biggest consumers in the entire planet. The problem is, though, that because we did not learn that money is power, we give our power to people who don't love us. We'll write a check for massa before we write a check for somebody that's really trying to do something good for us. So I encourage you to be very conscious. This is a good exercise in financial consciousness, to target your money to the people that are going to benefit you, right? That's what you do. That's what I do with my money. When I'm spending money, I'm always thinking, if I give this person my money, is that going to boomerang? Is that going to come back to the places and the people and the situations that I value? Is that going to ultimately benefit me, or is that going to just benefit somebody else? So keep that in mind as you spend your money and you make your decisions. All right. So powernomics.com, that's the website. Now we're going to turn into page 147. And this is where Dr. Anderson's going to talk about an aspect of Juneteenth that does not get discussed. They never discuss this when Juneteenth comes up, but they need to talk about it. First off, let me ask you a simple question. Let's just do a quick review. How many of you believe that Black people deserve reparations? Give me a yes if you agree that it's time to pay reparations. Give me a yes if you agree that we are owed for slavery. We are old for Jim Crow. We are old for the Middle Passage. We are old for all the trauma. We are old for everything you stole. We're old for all the trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars that were taken from us. We are old for so many things. I'm old. I'm old for the fact that my daddy was on drugs because y'all put drugs in the black community. I'm old for the fact that I had too many relatives that went to your prison or your concentration camps called penitentiaries, and it affected my life. Right. I'm old for the fact that I had to deal with the trauma of having friends get killed, like my homeboy Greg Wilkins, who got shot in the head in front of his daughter in 1996, right after Tupac died in my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, just a few blocks from where Breonna Taylor died. Right. So a lot of us are, these are the butterfly effects. These are the ripple effects that occur when you have a community that's been stolen from, abused, and neglected for such a very long time. You owe us that money. You cannot be my friend until you pay what you owe. You can't. You cannot get my support politically. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I want to make that clear. I do not tell people who to vote for, and I do not give investing advice. But I do openly tell you what I'm going to do. And the reality is that you do not get my vote until you show me that you respect me enough to acknowledge what I went through and fix it. If you can't fix it, then forget it. Right? You send $100 billion to Ukraine and Israel. Well, you better send the next 100 billion to us. Really, it's more than 100 billion, but that will be a nice little down payment to kind of get us started so we can fund some black-owned businesses and quit those damn jobs. Because one of the things that you have to understand, and this is, I think it's important to couch this within what's going on with Juneteenth. Juneteenth is today, so let's talk about Juneteenth. So Juneteenth, we know the history. Juneteenth down in Galveston it is a celebration, a recognition of the fact that they took two more years of free labor from us after the Emancipation Proclamation had been signed, and so the slaves down in Texas did not know that they had been freed, and so finally General Granger, I believe that's his name, comes down to Galveston. He tells everybody, "Hey, y'all can go home now. Y'all ain't got to keep working," and so we were free. So to this day, we celebrate Juneteenth. Juneteenth is basically a blend of the words June and 19th. So it's Juneteenth. June 19th, that's the day before my birthday, actually. I'll be 53 years old tomorrow. But I prefer to think of it as the 18th celebration of my 35th birthday. So wish me a happy 35th, and that'll make me feel better. All right. So with that being said, though, so this is Juneteenth, right? So Juneteenth to me is a celebration of what? A celebration of freedom, right? We got our freedom, right? We're free. We's free, y'all. Right? We don't have to work for massa no more, right? We have freedom. Okay, so I have to ask you a basic question, a basic fundamental question, and I'm gonna lay it out like this. How many of you believe that most black people are free? How many of y'all believe black people are free? I mean, really, what do you think? Do you think that we just do what we want, say what we want without fear, just move how we want, get up in the morning and do what we want that day? How many of y'all believe black people are free? I mean, it's Juneteenth. I mean, if you're having, some of y'all have Juneteenth barbecues, and you had the hot dogs and the hamburgers and the ribs and all that stuff. We ain't supposed to eat, but it's okay. I like barbecue too. Don't tell my friends that the friends I love with the Nation of Islam, though. They probably get on me because they did make some, but I think they were like those beef hot dogs, so that's not as bad. So we don't be doing the pork. All right. So anyway, but still though, right? So if you're celebrating Juneteenth, then that obviously means you're free. That right? You have freedom. So why? I don't understand what's going on. Oh, I get it. I know that's Dr. Claude Anderson was telling us one day when he came in. He said that, if I'm not mistaken, he said that in 1862, 98.5% of all black people we're not going to say, we're going to talk about white people because they get, that makes people nervous if I'm on a public channel. I mean, I'm double streaming on YouTube, so I don't want to get us banned. So let's call it massa. So in 1862, 98.5% of you work for massa. And in 2024, 98.5% of you work for massa. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I didn't celebrate Juneteenth because I feel like I'd be a fraud if I did. And the reason that I'd be a fraud is because the idea that we were free after the end of slavery is a false idea. I don't think we're free yet. I don't think Juneteenth has actually arrived. Juneteenth has not arrived. Juneteenth will arrive when you're truly free. Some of you are free. Some of you are. I meet some of you. Some of you are doing well. Some of you do what you want. You have plenty of resources. You're doing okay. Some of us, we still have a ways to go. And I'm not here to judge what position on the stratosphere you are. I'm just here to kind of talk about that because I think that in order for us to really have a serious Juneteenth conversation, we have to realize that it's time for the barbecue to come to an end. It's time for us to stop all the celebrating and buck dancing over Juneteenth. I'm not saying you can't celebrate. I'm not saying you can't have a good time that day, but I think you need to really understand just where we really are and what we're trying to really do. So when you're talking about freedom, freedom means that you are free. Also, slavery doesn't mean that you're not getting paid. There are plenty of high paid slaves in this society. Slavery pretty much means that you don't get to do what you want to do. Slavery means that somebody else is deciding your fate. Slavery means somebody else is controlling your destiny. Slavery means you wake up in the morning and when you look and you say, gosh, these are the things I want to do today. And you can't because someone else is saying, no, we need you over here. You need to do these things. You need to spend your whole day in a factory, not with your kids, not at the gym, not sleeping in, not living life. You need to come do what master says. Because if you don't, the consequences are devastating. You will not be able to pay your rent. You will not be able to feed your children. You will not be able to, you won't be able to put gas in your car. You won't be able to do anything. You can't live if you don't do what we say. So, with that being said, I think that's an important conversation to start having on Juneteenth is the economic conversation because we know that we're not economically free. Reparation slides into that conversation because we know that some of this slavery is socially constructed. Slavery is a social construct. That is social engineering. They engineered society to make sure that your Juneteenth never arrives. The society is engineered in such a way that it is nearly impossible for anyone, black, white, or otherwise, to be free if you don't have access to some economic resources. When they issued the Emancipation Proclamation, one of the first things they did during Reconstruction was they said, how in the hell can these people be free when they ain't got nothing? You can't be free if you ain't got nothing. So what they did was they said they did the right thing. They tried to do the right thing, kind of. They said, we're going to give every slave, a mule, 40 acres, and $100. That would and back then $100 went a long way, right? I guess I imagine it's a few $1,000s. I don't know what $100 was in 1865, but it was a whole lot more than it is now. Now you can't buy a pack of gum for $100, but back then it was good. Okay, so they wanted to give every freed slave 40 acres, a mule, and $100 because they said now you're truly free. It's like our kids. We tell our teenage kids you're free to do whatever you want, but then they end up doing what we tell them to do. Why? Well, because we got all the money. Because they know that they can't go and do what they want if they don't have resources. So when they come to us and they say, I'm mad because you won't do whatever, and I want to do this and I want to do that, and I say, fine, do whatever you want. Just know I will not financially support anything that you do because I'm the king and that's the queen and we control all the resources. We are the federal government in this house. But you're free to do whatever you want. Please go ahead. You're free to go to the movies without a car. You're free to go shopping with no money in your pocket. You're free. You can go, in fact, you can go get you an apartment, but I know how much apartments cost. So I know you ain't going nowhere. You're going to go to your room. So basically, you can't have freedom in America without resources. You have to have resources. So we know our children will never be free until they learn how to make their own money. That's it. So either they're going to have to learn how to make their own money or we're just going to have to give them enough money to do whatever they want to do. One of the two things are going to happen. It cannot be something where they think that freedom can happen just magically because somebody says you're free. No, you can't be free without money. So in a way, you can think about it like this. With black people, you've kind of got a couple of types of us, really. You got those that really are fighting to be free. And then you got those who just kind of think that they're free. And I'm not making fun of any group in any category. I'm not making fun of anybody. You got a lot of people that think that they're free and they think that they're being black and they think they understand what blackness looks like because they connect it to silly stuff like dancing and hairstyles and whether or not you eat barbecue chicken at grandma's house and stuff like that. And then you got people that really understand how serious this game is. And so what I really am hoping I can persuade you of is that in order for you to really have the freedom that you're attempting to obtain, you're kind of in a situation that's similar to the kids in this house. To some extent, Massa is like our daddy. He's our sugar daddy. He's our parent. And basically, just like I, as the parent of the kids in this house, and my wife as the parent of the kids in this house, we make the rules. So, in order for the kids to be free, they're going to have to learn to make their own money. They're going to have their own resources. So, the question I would ask anybody who really wants to know what freedom looks like in America, in a capitalist society where money rules everything, cash rules everything around me, right? In that society, in order for you to be free, you got to learn how to make your own money. Are you learning how to make your own money? Is that your plan? Is that something that you're aiming for? Because I can tell you, as a financial scientist, that the way you've been trained to think about freedom is entirely and completely wrong. The way you've been trained to think about freedom is entirely incorrect. The way you've been trained to think about freedom is wrong, and I can prove to you why. I want you to look around and see how many people you see with advanced degrees and fancy jobs making $100,000 a year who still don't feel free. How in the hell is it that you got the bachelor's, you got the master's, you got the PhD, you got the law degree, and you went to college, you went to Brown University and got every degree that you could get, and you still don't feel free? Well, I think part of it is because we never learned what freedom really looks like. We don't know the financial security aspect of freedom. Who was I talking to about that today? I was talking to somebody. I think I was meeting with a student that so many thoughts go through my head. Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was. I was talking to a guy who's an investment advisor to a lot of very wealthy athletes and entertainers. That's what it was. And he runs a company out in LA. These are the brothers you never meet. He's a young guy, about 38 years old, managing millions of dollars very quietly. He's not loud and flashy like a rapper. He's just quietly accumulating tens of millions of dollars in his family trust. And we were talking about how there are so many people who get caught in these crazy traps in society because they don't even understand how vulnerable they actually are. They don't really understand what true freedom actually looks like, and they mistake it for a high income, or they think that because they drive a certain car or live in a certain house, or because white folks put you on TV, that somehow that means you're powerful and that you're free. And then what happens is when something goes wrong and when they decide that they're done with you, or they decide they want to kick you flat in your ass, they do that publicly and they spank you in public so that everybody sees it, just to remind you who's really in control. Just to remind you that you thought you had grown up. You thought Pinocchio was a real boy. And no, Pinocchio was never a real boy. Pinocchio had a puppet master named Geppetto who had his arm up his ass the entire time. So whenever Pinocchio was talking, he thought that those words were coming from his own brain, and they weren't. They were coming from Geppetto's brain. Geppetto was the one moving his lips, and Pinocchio just had somebody up his butt and they just pulling the strings. And to some extent, I think that this is one of the problems that we have. I think that we celebrate Juneteenth and we celebrate all the progress that we've made, which we have made some progress. I'm not going to pretend like we haven't, but we celebrate it as if we've arrived, right? As if there's so many things to be so happy about. And I would say this to you, another sign of freedom, in my opinion, is when you have the ability to solve your own problems. That's another sign of freedom. That's another symptom of what I refer to in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, as economic maturity. So I want to ask you another question. I want you to give me a yes or no. Do you believe that the Black community is a community that has shown a consistent ability to solve its own problems? Like when we have violence in our neighborhoods, are we the ones who just stamp it out? Or do we wait for somebody else to do it? Or when we have an economic problem and our money's a little bit short, do we have the ability to do it? Or do we wait for somebody else? If we don't like something that's happening, I don't know, in the entertainment industry, right? When you got rappers that pop up out of nowhere like Sexy Red, just literally debasing the image of Black women around the world. Are we the ones that are able to kind of control and manage that? Yes or no? Now I'm going to ask you another question. Let's talk about another community, right? And the ones who the one that community, it starts with a J. We're not going to say it because I ain't trying to get in trouble with YouTube. They're really good with money. They tend to own TV networks and radio stations and record labels. If they don't like an artist, do they have the ability to pretty much delete that artist? If they don't like something in their neighborhood, yes or no? If they don't like something in their neighborhood, do they have the ability to fix that problem? If they don't like something that's happening politically, do they have the ability without voting to fix that issue? Can they, if they want more money sent over to Israel, $100 billion so they can buy bombs and stuff, can they get that done? Are they able to pick up the phone and make it happen? Yes or no? Okay, okay. So here's I'm gonna lay this out for you, and I need all the stupid people to get out of the room. Everybody who just ain't trying to get it, just please don't come. Stop it. We're gonna have to kick you in your head and push you out because I ain't got time for you right now. I'm like Harriet Tubman. I'm about to pull out the shotgun if you ain't got no sense. Um, I need you to process this for a moment, please. And this is something I'm closing my eyes on because I want to make sure I say it right. I personally think that you should take note of the fact that as these elections are coming up, and everybody's telling you that voting is your only chance to improve your situation, I need you to go look at those communities that may vote, may not vote, but it doesn't matter if they vote. They're still going to have power. I need you to look at that community I just described to you that doesn't even have enough people to influence the vote. They can't tip the vote. And I want you to process for a moment, how in the hell is it that we feel like that we have to vote or die? Anybody remember when Diddy used to say that if you don't vote, you're going to die? For us, it's vote or die. For them, it's like, yeah, voting, whatever. That's not how we actually make things move. How is it that they will have more power than you? What is it that they're thinking that you're not thinking? What, this is a financial consciousness moment. This is a money meditation. I need you to meditate on this. How in the hell is it that they can move mountains, whether they vote or not? But they got you on this whole vote or die nonsense. I'm not telling you not to vote. Please don't do that because I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings or disrupt your sensitivities. I know your grandma told you that you had to vote or bad things are going to happen, and I understand that. I respect that. We ain't going to disrespect grandma today. But I really need you to think about that. Do you know why they're able to control their fate? Do you know why they actually have freedom? And we just kind of have the illusion of freedom. Do you know why they can fix problems in their community and we can't? What do you think that it is that they're focused on that we're not focused on that makes the difference? It's money. Money, power, respect is the key to life. Money, power, respect. Have you eaten right? Cash moves everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, y'all. It's all about the economics, people. It's all about the economics. And I'm going to duck my head because I want you to look behind me. Those three men behind me, they've been saying that for over 100 years. Consistently, if you listen to Dr. Claude Anderson, you listen to Malcolm X, you listen to Marcus Garvey, all three of these men, and many, many others, they're not the only ones, have said, if you get your economics right, you will have access to your Juneteenth. That is when you can really go to the barbecue, eat good, and sleep good afterward. That is when you can really celebrate something, because then that's when you have the ability to move mountains in your own life. And what I'm going to propose is that the model is not a national model. It is not a model where everybody gets on the same boat and does the same thing. I don't even know how to do that. I don't know how to get every Black person on the same page. I'm not trying to do that. What I'm arguing is that Black leadership needs to be decentralized. Everybody in here is a Black leader. Everybody has an assignment. So I'm not asking you to free the whole Black community or to liberate everybody. Some people, some of them want to go get on the slave ship. Some of them enjoy riding the slave ship. They getting tans. They chilling on the slave ship. They got a martini on the slave ship. Let them stay there. Some of y'all got relatives that want to stay on the slave ship. Let them stay there. But when it comes to you and yours, I hope that I've made a clear case to you that if you get your economics right, then you really will get a taste of what freedom truly feels like. Freedom is kind of simple. In fact, freedom is so simple that even animals know what freedom looks like. An animal knows the difference between being free and being in a cage. A dog knows the difference between being able to run through the woods versus being on a leash. He knows he likes to be free. He don't want to be locked up. Once he's had freedom, he doesn't go back. So freedom is not complicated. You know what it feels like when you're free. You know, we talk about stock options a lot, but also we talk about options a lot, because options are just like freedom. Options means I can do whatever I want. So when you're in a position where you can do whatever you want, then that is when you are free. When you are in a position where you have options, that is when you are free. Chris Rock said once, I remember, that money gets you options. Even crazy ass Kanye West, I remember him saying something like, "Wait till I get my money right. Nah, 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 nah. Can't nobody tell me nothing." And let me tell you, sitting on the phone with Kanye for all those hours that we did during the convention, because he called right during the convention. I don't know if somebody told him what we were doing or what, but I can tell you, he clearly is a man that knows he has hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank and he can do whatever he wants. I'm not mad at him for that at all. Okay, so what I'm saying to you overall is that for in your case, it's basic tenets of economic security such that if you follow those basic rules, you can be in a position where you can actually have a Juneteenth for yourself. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing. I mean, sure, freedom is more fun when you have other friends that are free. You know, I used to call my grandma when I started when I joined the faculty at Syracuse. I became a professor because I thought I didn't really think much about entrepreneurship at that time, so I thought the best I could do was get a flexible job. So I had this job where I was making over $100,000 a year, and I was able to stay home pretty much every day. I would go to work Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's it. I was a workaholic pretty much, and I would call my grandmother like every other day, like once every 2 or 3 days. All right. And I remember calling her, and I was like, "You're the only other person I know who doesn't have to go to work every day." And so I would call my grandma, right? So freedom is more fun when you have other people around that are in the same space. But generally speaking, you can secure freedom for yourself and for your family by establishing a culture that's built around freedom. And I can tell you that the culture that we have, the one that says, you know, go to school and then go $200,000 in debt in college, and then that way you can maybe get you a $50,000 a year job, that model doesn't work. Most black college graduates can't even pay back their student loans. A lot of black college graduates are going to die in debt. Black college graduates, unfortunately, don't even have the tools, nor the resources, nor the free time, nor the creativity, nor the courage to go build the kind of infrastructure that's required to build a community. And unfortunately, many black college graduates, and I include myself in this group, many of us are trained to be high paid slaves. We're trained to be under the umbrella of a system, controlled and managed by that system, without skills to leave that system, so we can serve that system. So what I've simply argued is, why are you serving another system when you should be serving your own? Where's your system at? What system have you built? What empires are you developing? And are you even taking the chances to make that happen? Do you have the skills to make that happen? Were you raised on the things required for that an entrepreneur or business owner or investor needs to know in order to accumulate wealth? Is your consciousness even on the right radar? Or are you focused on salaries and bonuses and whether or not you get that fancy corner office and or a company car and a corporate credit card and all these other stupid things that they teach us are important? Those things are not important. What's important is what you own and control. It is what you own and what you control. That is what gives you freedom. You look at even a bigot like Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk, it was really funny. Elon Musk just signed a deal with Swizz Beats and and Timberland to do something with Versus on Twitter, right? Which is kind of crazy. Elon Musk is it's crazy that they signed it on Juneteenth and made the announcement on Juneteenth, because Elon Musk is he's a racist. He's like an apartheid guy. And now, mind you, that doesn't bother me much in the sense that I don't care what white people think about me. I really don't. I don't get offended because a white man doesn't like me. I assume that they don't like me that much because I don't care about them. They don't care about me. It was whatever, right? But it is what it is, right? So anyway, but if you look at Elon Musk, he's kind of a guy that does what he wants to do. And the reason he does what he wants to do is because he's economically free. He owns things, right? So again, rather than sitting around being mad about the fact that he doesn't like you, I hate to break it to you, but he doesn't. Um, I don't care about that. I want to study and understand freedom and what that looks like. So freedom is economics. Economics is freedom. Learn economics. Be careful with debt. Debt is a type of slavery. When people get drowned too much in debt, they have to go to work in order to pay the debt. That's why after the pandemic, they wanted student loan payments to resume, because they said people won't come to work if we make them pay their student loans, then they're gonna have to come to work, and we will have the workers that we need. So don't let them back you into slavery. That's pretty much the way capitalist systems are designed. Okay, so that's your Juneteenth conversation for today. Now let's read about what Dr. Anderson says about all the money that they owe you, because I think that's also an important thing to talk about on Juneteenth. Now, just a reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. We have secured Brother Nuri Muhammad as one of our keynotes, who is one of the great Black leaders in this country. We also have Lamar Tyler, who I call the Black millionaire maker, who is going to be there as well as a slew of attorneys and real estate experts. Constance Carter, who ran the largest Black real estate firm in California, she's going to be there. And we're going to have a ton of real estate experts and financial experts and therapists and medical doctors and all kinds of people at the convention. So it's going to be right outside Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, October 25th through the 27th. And so if you want to learn more, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Also, some of you are going to go to Egypt with us. We're going to Egypt August 2nd or something through the 12th. Now, I would invite you all to go, but the trip is totally sold out. However, we are going to do another trip. So if you'd like to go on the next one, we will let you know when that's going to happen. All right. So let's get started here. All right. So question 47 says, this is page 147 of the book, The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics.com is where you can get a copy. He says, did Black Americans receive the same economic benefits as whites in Franklin D. Roosevelt's 1930s New Deal? In President Franklin D. Roosevelt's 1932 New Deal program, Black Americans, the people who had suffered the most during the Great Depression, received the least benefits. Surprise, surprise. The stock market crash in 1929 triggered the Great Depression that stalled economies around the world, closed factories and businesses, and brought hard times to everyone's front door. The nation's general unemployment rate was pushed to 25% for whites, which was but it was 2 to 3 times higher for blacks. So they're 25%. We're definitely well above 50, 60, 70%. 1/3 of the nation was ill-fed, ill-housed, and ill-clothed. These conditions propelled Roosevelt, a strong believer in the role and power of the federal government, to campaign for the office of the President of the United States. In his 1932 presidential election campaign, Roosevelt, a Democrat, used rhetoric that gave blacks the impression that he was sympathetic to their economic needs. Roosevelt's slogans expressed a deep concern for the forgotten man and pledged a new deal for the people. Black Americans naturally but erroneously believed the broad terms forgotten man and the people either referred to or included them. At that time, the majority of blacks belonged to the Republican Party, a continuation of their allegiance to Abraham Lincoln. But in the 1932 election, blacks abandoned the Republican Party and threw their votes to Roosevelt, who won the election with their support. Once in office, Roosevelt and his administration designed a New Deal program for the working class and poor. However, as it turned out, Roosevelt's New Deal did not have blacks in mind. Surprise, surprise. The New Deal did not address the government and culturally imposed reasons blacks were so poverty-stricken in the first place, and provided them only a few low-level jobs, limited healthcare services, and minimal welfare benefits. Within a few short years of implementation of the New Deal, national surveys and social discomfort indicators revealed that in the midst of the Great Depression, economic conditions for blacks grew worse, and the gap between them and whites grew even wider. Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of Roosevelt, was sympathetic to the conditions of blacks and tried to provide them an entree to her husband. She organized an informal group called the Black Kitchen Cabinet to meet with her and to advise her on black issues, which she presented in her own way to the president. By the 1940s, a significant number of blacks had lost faith in Roosevelt and began to call his New Deal the Dirty Deal. Blacks had experienced a political lesson. Pay attention. He says that in our competitive race-based society, the social construct on race does not allow equal footing. White privilege is structural, and whether conscious or subconscious, the socioeconomic outcomes are foreordained by race. So give me a yes if you follow what was just said here. Dr. Claude Anderson just explained something that I bet none of you learned in school. How many of you learned that in school? Give me a yes if you did not learn this. Let me know if they ignored this and never told you, because this is not the stuff they tell you. They tell you that the New Deal was wonderful for everybody, and it's interesting because they will completely ignore the extreme intense suffering of your great-grandparents and what they had to go through, and the fact that they called it the dirty deal, and the fact that they didn't support Roosevelt after this New Deal came out gives the other side of the coin. Right. And this is important, right? There is no such thing as one America. There definitely is the black version of America and the white version of America. And then there are other versions in between. And in fact, I remember when OJ Simpson was acquitted, and that was a stark example of the difference in terms of how whites and blacks see America differently. Though it almost every single city, the black students or black people were cheering and going crazy because they were happy that OJ was acquitted, and the white folks were crying. Like white girls were literally crying, like someone had literally killed one of their relatives, which was so interesting. And I know where my wife and I were, it was the same way. I was at the University of Kentucky at the time. She was at Indiana University, and she was in the Black Student Union. And they were just going crazy, and she looked over and saw the white people crying, and I saw the same thing at the University of Kentucky. So there's different realities here, and I think that an understanding of the black reality is really important, because I think that what they try to do is get you to let your guard down and make you think that racism is a thing of the past. They make you think that some other issue outside of blackness is more important. So rather than being black first, they train you to become gay first, or rather than being black first, it's like you're a woman first, or you're whatever it is, right? And my belief is that no, you're black first. Black first means that being black creates a unique experience, such that that unique experience requires unique remedies and unique solutions. And those unique solutions are not just whites versus minorities. It's foundational black Americans, whatever you want to call it, American descendants of slaves, whatever you want to call it. But there are issues specific to those of you who are descendants of slavery that do not belong to anybody else. So that means that any reparations plan has to start there. It has to start there. It has to start there. So, but obviously, that's not going to occur. What's going to happen is whatever the plan is, everybody else is going to jump on board, because I think that there's this inherent feeling amongst other groups that, look, if the black people are getting it, we should get it too. If they're getting it, we should get it first. If I'm a feminist, it's like, well, no, if black people are getting it, then we got to get it. Right. Or how dare you treat us worse than you treat the black people? Like, I think that that's kind of the sentiment and the understanding. And I think it's very important that we fight for whatever it is that we think we deserve. So I'll leave that up to you to decide what that looks like. Now, let's go to page 148 of the Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. This is Powernomics.com is his website. I'm repeating that for those of you that just came in. So question 48 is this. This is interesting. This is a great Juneteenth lesson as well, in terms of what's going to be required to fix the economic and social issues that exist in the community. He brings up a World War II style Marshall Plan. He asks question 48, does Black America need a World War II type Marshall Plan? Black Americans entered the 21st century as an impoverished and politically abandoned people, still suffering from socioeconomic pathologies and the legacies of slavery. Astronomically high rates of, now let's make note of this. I need us to really meditate on the issues, meditate on the suffering, so you can understand what's going on, so you'll know how important the solution is. Astronomically high rates of unemployment, homicides, failing schools, incarcerations, drug addiction, and dysfunctional families will be made worse by an apathetic majority society that is fixated on supporting immigrants and class minorities. Black America needs a World War II type of urban Marshall Plan to address this dilemma, just as this country invested $12 billion and relocated 300,000 European Jews in the late 1940s to aid Germany's recovery. Even in the fall of 2016, President Barack Obama's administration continued World War II efforts in support of European Jews and approved $24 million for Holocaust survivors in the U.S. living below the national poverty line. While this is a generous gesture, no similar level of concern seems to have been made to relieve the distress of the more than 50% of Black American families who live on incomes below the national poverty line 156 years after slavery officially ended. The protracted problems that Blacks endure today in America are similar in nearly every respect to the conditions in Germany following World War II, conditions which were justified for the aid the U.S. gave to the nation that it had just fought for 4 years. The U.S., so they fought Germany, so Germany is an enemy of the United States, and they did more for them than they did for people in their own country. Isn't that interesting? In fact, does anybody remember when, who was it? Joe Louis fought Max Schmeling back, I guess, during World War II or around that time. And Joe Louis, he died broke, right? I guess there was some financial management issues kind of going on. And I know that he lost a lot of his boxing years volunteering for the military to prove his patriotism. And as a result, they caused him some IRS problems because they started to tax him in a way that wasn't appropriate and wasn't fair. But one thing I remember reading was that Coca-Cola hired Max Schmeling, if I'm not mistaken, who Joe Louis had fought, who was out of Nazi Germany, and they didn't give any opportunities to Joe Louis. And I remember somebody bringing up just the irony that they would hire somebody from an enemy side of the fence before they hired a black man in America who literally sacrificed a chunk of his career just to show his patriotism. And so, to some, obviously that's incorrect. That's wrong for them to do that to him. But then also, it was problematic that he felt the need to show patriotism to the people who had treated him the worst. It seems to me that if you're going to be patriotic, you should be patriotic to your community, right? If Joe Louis had been black first, I think he would have understood the importance of protecting his resources and keeping his guard up instead of somehow thinking that the people who don't like you or don't respect you are going to have any use for you once you can't box anymore, once you're no longer a cash cow or serve an economic benefit is either an athlete, entertainer, comedian, or whatever, then you're going to be taken out to pasture like everybody else. You just become a regular black man. So anyway, let's keep going here. According to Dr. Anderson, he says here, the protracted problems that blacks endure today in America are similar in nearly every respect to conditions in Germany following World War II, conditions that were justified for the aid the U.S. gave to the nation that it had just fought for 4 years. The U.S. wanted to take whatever measures possible to help Germany develop industries, businesses, and consumer products and return to a normal functioning country. Otherwise, there would be no political stability and no assured peace in Germany. Now, isn't this interesting, right? Because you think about this, Germany is a very strong economy now. Germany, their engineering is known around the world. A lot of you may have bought or considered owning German cars. And none of this would be possible if the United States had not stepped up and invested billions of dollars in rebuilding their community. The same thing is true in Japan. After they dropped that bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there was lots of investment in Japan, and now Japan is one of the great superpowers of the world. So the question I would ask is, what would the black community look like if we were able to access the kinds of resources that we deserve in order to build the kinds of communities that we aspire to build? What would happen if someone like me was able to, with a PhD in finance, was able to acquire $10 billion to invest in building a school system or whatever it is across the country to educate our children on economics? Our kids would literally lead the earth. They would literally lead the earth in economic intelligence. That much I can tell you right now, because I know exactly how to do it. In fact, they're going to do it anyway, just with the resources we've had. But it will be much easier if we had the resources that we really would be able to apply in order to achieve the goal. So effectively, to me, my simple point would be that, and I encourage you to consider this, that you can't just tell me that you care about me. You got to show me. Love is a verb. Love is a verb. I can't just tell my wife, "Hey, baby, I love you," and then get on an airplane and abandon her and the kids and leave them here to starve to death. You know, I can't say I love you and then go hanging out with Sally and Cindy and abandon the household and act like I don't care about the family no more. I can't. That's not love. I mean, I could say it. I could call her every day and be, "Baby, I love you. I love you. I love you." But that's not really love. Love is a verb. Love is, I show my love to her by being here with her every day. I show my love to her by helping her with the kids. I show my love to her by going out and working hard for the family. I show my love to her by taking out the damn garbage. Love is a verb. Love is a verb. Love is a verb. Love is a verb. Do we agree that love is a verb? Tell me if you agree. So if love is a verb, love is a verb, love is a verb, love is a verb, why in the hell do we take it when politicians will say, "I love you, I love you, I love you," and put no action behind their words? Why in the world do we allow people to give us words when we know that talk is cheap? The reason they say talk is cheap is because it don't cost you nothing to say something. It don't cost you nothing to say what you gonna do and who you are, and we promise you this and promise you that. No, no, no. Love is a verb. Love is a verb. I need action. If you have no action, then your words mean absolutely nothing. Why? Well, because talk is cheap. So, in my view, if you want to translate this into political action, and I'm not here to tell you how to do that, you can make your own decision on that point. I'm not trying to persuade you on anything other than the basics. The basics say that that action is more important than just language. Don't just tell me that you are sorry for slavery. Show me. Write the damn check. Don't just tell me that you embrace African Americans. Show me. Write the check. Write the check. Don't run away every time we want to talk about reparations. Don't make it. We shouldn't have to chase you down and beg you to do what you know you need to do. And then the other thing too that's just so crazy is I got to chase you and beg you. The only time I can get your attention is when you're trying to get something out of me, and you'll chase me down and beg me to come out and show up to the polls for you. But when I was chasing you down to get you to write that reparations check, you wasn't picking up the phone. I had to act like the bill collector or the baby mama looking for the child support, or running up in the club with a bonnet and bunny slippers saying, "Where's the money? Little Pookie needs some diapers." And you have been AWOL the entire time. So to me, when you talk about this political relationship, it has to be respectful, fair, and reciprocal. I don't think that it has been to this point. Again, you can think differently, it's totally fine, but I don't think it's been reciprocal because you want something tangible from us, but you don't give us anything tangible in return. Reparations is the item of the day. Thank goodness it's been finally pushed to the top. Shout out to everybody who's been talking about it consistently. They just had a reparations rally in DC. Tariq Nasheed and some others got together, and I thought that was great. I spoke at the rally a couple years ago, and I support it entirely. And I personally think this is the rallying cry for this generation. Let's keep going here. All right, so let's see here. So the U.S. wanted to take whatever measures possible to help Germany develop industries, businesses, and consumer products. This is the same message that Black Lives Matter marchers have carried across this nation in recent years. Their banners and chants proclaim no justice, no peace. The urban centers where blacks are the majority population need to be economically redeveloped and industrialized to become politically stable and peaceful. Blacks need industrialization, not gentrification or displacement by immigration, which we know those two things are happening. The goals and strategies of the World War II Marshall Plan are good models because, by all accounts, the plan was enormously successful in rebuilding Germany and war-torn Europe. An urban Marshall Plan for Black America should provide federal funds targeted to 10 majority Black populated urban centers. Such a national Marshall Plan should primarily focus on economically redeveloping and industrializing those centers for the specific benefit of this nation's historically underserved Black population. Just as this nation has implemented programs to address problems peculiar to immigrants, women, gays, ethnics, and protracted socioeconomic let me go back here. And the handicapped, it is time for it to prioritize and fully address the protracted socioeconomic dilemma of the nation's official underclass, Black Americans. Because of their unique historical oppression, Black Americans should not have to queue up with fabricated class minorities for corrective government assistance, meaning that you shouldn't have to blend in with other people. You should be able to get something alone. The goal of such assistance should be to complete the short-lived efforts begun in the 1960s to correct the historical legacies of slavery. In 2012, the Harvest Institute, which is Dr. Claude Anderson's think tank, asked President Barack Obama to structure an urban Marshall Plan for Black America. Unfortunately, Obama did not acknowledge, nor did he or his staff respond to the request, and Black people in their respective neighborhoods continue to deteriorate. But where there is life, there is hope. Even though African Americans are without functional communities, a competitive economy, and are an underclass. An underclass group is one that has faded from the public consciousness and, by the very nature of its socioeconomic conditions and political powerlessness, will always struggle for survival. However, Blacks did not become an underclass overnight. An urban Marshall Plan for Black America still holds the potential to reverse deteriorating conditions within Black America and their neighborhoods. The question is, from whence will come the needed measure of national concern and economic assistance? Okay, that's enough. I'm going to stop us right there. Next week, we're going to ask this question. Why is the pattern of Black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? So he's going to give the history of policing and the racism of it, of course, next week. We're going to do that next week. But today, what I can do is, since we have a few more minutes, is I can answer some questions for you if you have questions. I'm going to say this. You know, when you talk about Juneteenth, I think that there has to be some sort of substance there in terms of starting with your own lives and starting with the broader community. What are the key issues and what would be expected? If you talk about the elections coming up, what do you feel that you deserve in exchange for your vote? I'm not telling you what to ask for, but I think you should ask for something. And I don't think you should just lean on fear. I don't think fear of a Republican presidency or fear of a Democrat should drive you to choose any political party. I think that it should be something more substantive than that, because fear leans on lower vibrational energy. when they get you afraid, they get you pretty much to comply to whatever they want you to do. And I think that's a problem. Why are you so successful when others fail? Let's take accountability. Okay. Why am I successful when others fail? I will say that part of it came from, I give my parents credit for having a strong culture of accountability and personal responsibility. And I do believe that there is an accountability among us to do the best we can with what we have. I think that there are opportunities for Black people. I saw Charlamagne, the guy was debating with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher didn't agree with him when Charlamagne said that it's 5 times harder to be successful if you're Black than if you're white. And I think that Bill Maher is wrong. I think Charlamagne was right about that. And the reason I say that is because I know as a Black man, there were a lot more landmines I had to dodge, a lot more things I had to kind of navigate. Like, a lot of people can't say, my best friend got shot in the head, or I have several friends who got many, many years in prison, or my father wasn't there because he was on drugs when I was growing up as a kid, or the other things I had to navigate a culture that's being mass promoted to people like me that basically encourages Black men to sit around and drink and smoke and womanize and waste their time and promote ignorance, right? Over productivity. So I think that it is harder as a Black person to get to a certain level. When I got my PhD in finance, I was the only African American on the entire planet to get that degree that year, and it wasn't just because white guys are smarter. So I think that arrogance of thinking that somehow you're superior and that you're just culturally better and intellectually better than us, and that's why you're able to navigate your system better than we can. That's a bunch of nonsense, and I think Bill Maher is wrong. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Shantae says, "Are we as Black people in a position comparable, parallel to the J community, to really say voting doesn't matter or won't affect us? Look at the Supreme Court and other courts amongst." I'm not saying voting does or does not matter. I'm just going to say that they don't really vote as much as we do, and I think it's because of the fact that they teach economics to their children at an early age, and they have a culture built around the acquisition and the preservation and the growth of resources. I don't think we have a culture that's built around the acquisition and the preservation and the growth of economic resources. I don't think that there's enough financial consciousness in the community. If there was more financial consciousness, then that means that you would get money and you would protect it, you would grow it, you would invest it. You'd be more likely to place it somewhere where it's safe and it will grow, as opposed to doing this, right? And this comes from a lot of this comes right out of hip hop culture. Hip hop culture constantly promotes these images of these famous, wealthy, mostly men, just throwing money around. And then now, I guess the women, the female rappers, are throwing their bodies around, right? So they're cheapening themselves by selling their bodies. Everybody's twerking, right? And I personally think that is a difference maker. So I think that you got to kind of look around. Don't get me wrong. I believe in accountability for everybody. I will hold, white America as accountable as they need to be. I have no problem with that. I have no fear of that. But I also think that it would be wrong to act like white people are solely responsible for every problem that we have. I don't agree with that. I think that we have choices, and I think sometimes we take a crutch. We take an accountability crutch. We just let people make us the victims, and then as the victims, we just say, as victims, there's no responsibility, no accountability that you have, and I don't think that empowers you. All right, so let's see. Fanny says, "Is there a chance that you will create a Black investment company?" Probably not. I don't really see that. I really don't want to. I don't know. I'm busy with stuff with the Black Business School, and even back when the Tulsa Fund started, I was asked to do something similar to that, and I said no, I don't want to do that because I don't want to I don't want to manage a bunch of money from a lot of unqualified investors, because if it goes wrong, it'll be a disaster, and that's exactly what happened. It went wrong. I don't know what occurred with that money with the Tulsa Fund, but I do know that whatever happened, somebody messed up, and now it's undermined the trust in the Black economic revolution, or the Black economic movement, which has really disappointed me too, because I had high hopes for it, and I personally don't want. But then again, though, at the same time, it was kind of like it was a storm. It was a storm of bad management, but also when you have investors that have never really invested before and don't really understand exactly what's happening, it can go wrong. It can all go wrong. All right, so let's see here. Do you think that we will get reparations soon? Is it going to take a lot of time? I think it's going to take a while, but I think that's good, because as if it takes a while, that gives you time to prepare, to make sure you're asking for the right thing. Because if they wrote that check tomorrow, I personally think that we would not ask for the right things, and the reparations plan would just be a bunch of BS. And then that would be the next thing I'd be talking about, is how crazy it is. how do we get recordings of the book club meetings? Great question. If you go to drboycebookclub.com, you should be able to find it there. So just go to drboycebookclub.com, and also you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can not only help you with anything you want to do in the Black Business School, but they can also help you find the book club information. So feel free. Yeah, there's probably by now, I bet you there's 400 lectures in there, something. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff, maybe at least 200 or 300. Terrence, with the current statistics of Black economics and culture, how many more years do you think it will be before we as a people break through to prosperity? You know what, Terrence? I think it's already happened. I don't think it's going to happen where everybody crosses the line at the same time. I don't believe that. Some people will be generations behind others. Do you understand? Some of you have already crossed. I know you. I know because we have 162,000 students in the Black Business School, and everybody ain't the same. Not everybody's at the same place. Some of you are disciplined. I talked to a 38-year-old Black man today who is managing hundreds of millions of dollars, who's 100% pro-Black, who's right here in our space. You'll probably never hear his name because he doesn't run around bragging about it, but he's really getting it done. And I've talked to dozens of families in the last few weeks that have over $1 million in assets. So, the reason we think every Black person is suffering is because they only promote certain images of Black people in media. You're not seeing the people that I think you should see. I think you should see some of the really intelligent, hardworking, industrious people out there. A lot of the people that follow this platform, for example, are military people. And one thing I've noticed about my friends that are in the military is they don't mess around. They don't sit around and feel sorry for themselves. They're not lazy. They just want to figure out what's the mission, what's the assignment, how do we get this done, and they get it done. My father was in Vietnam War, and that's his mindset. My father does not sit around crying like a little biatch. He doesn't do that. He figures out what needs to be done, and he gets it done because he knows his family needs him. And that to me is simple. And I really wish that was more of the culture, but unfortunately, that's not what's promoted. It makes me want to vomit in my mouth every time I see a Black man feeling sorry for himself. Because where I come from, that's just not how you win a battle. That's not how you fight for anything. So I'm not here to disrespect anybody, but maybe your sons need to hear this, because some of our boys are not tough. You got to be tough, man. You got to fight. That's it. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get off the soapbox with that, but that's just my encouragement. I really think even when I hear these goofy conversations about relationships, and the men will say, "Well, what about the women? Well, she wants me to have money. Well, she ain't got no money," and I'm like, "But you're not a woman, though. You're not. That's like if you say you want her to have long, pretty hair, and she says, "Well, he ain't got no hair." Well, he's a man. He's not going to have hair like yours most of the time, right? So I don't. I just really think that when we get to this point where we're starting to act like the men and the women are the same, I think you're losing even more of your identity. Where when I in my household, it was very clear who the man was and who the woman was, and everybody kind of had their own job based on that distinction. And so the fact that people don't know these things, these very basic things, that's really jeopardizes your community. And I'll say this last point, then I'm done on this one. But I think that one thing that we struggle with as a Black community is that people don't respect the community because they don't respect your men. They have no fear that the Black men are going to come together and stand up and defend anything. They don't think they don't. I think that our women feel less protected than women in other groups. They would expect a Black woman to fight them before they expect Black men to do that, and that's embarrassing. Honestly, I think that that's just something that has to be addressed and dealt with. To be honest with you, so and I know everybody's not in that category, so don't think I'm talking about you if you don't fit the description. But y'all see what I'm talking about. It's BS. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. All right, so Dr. Vibe, how you doing, Dr. Vibe? Good to see you. What are your thoughts on Switch Beats and Timberlands versus distribution deal with Elon Musk? Yeah, I think I didn't know Elon Musk was such a racist, but then I saw some of the things he tweeted. I said, oh my God, that's right. You were born during apartheid. So Elon Musk is a guy that I think he doesn't hate every Black person, but he doesn't generally respect Black people as a collective. And I think that Elon Musk also says the things out loud that a lot of other people like him, melanin deficient people like him, are afraid to say. They're thinking it, but they don't say it. I mean, seriously, think about this. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. You really think if you ask them, like in their heart of hearts, to really tell the truth about how they perceive the Black community or how they perceive the Black male, do you really think they're going to say good things? Like, do you think that maybe that's the reason why You know, they don't want their daughter to get pregnant by a black man because they're thinking, oh, he's just going to abandon the baby. And then we glorify men who abandon the baby. And that becomes the image of us throughout the world, and that just drives me crazy. I don't like Musk as a person, but I never cared about liking him. I look at him like I look at Donald Trump. He's a young Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the same way, just kind of an arrogant white male who underestimated the amount of privilege that he had, but also had some intelligence. You know, Musk has skill, and you have to acknowledge that. At the same time, I think the Switch Beats and Timberland, you know, they look like typical people in the entertainment industry. You know, they'll just sign with whoever's got the most money. So I'm sure if you ask them about Elon Musk's racist tweet that he put up, I think he liked a tweet that was something that said something about black people killing white people, and then there was another tweet about black people having lower IQ scores. That they didn't talk about that one. I saw that one where there was something he shared where it said that black people have lower IQ scores than white people, and that's just you know, it's like whatever, you know. But by the way, Larry, okay, I see your issue with the A, B, and C. If you went to allblacknationalconvention.com and you had any issue with a ticket, make sure you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I think that we have somebody in the chat from the team. I don't know, Amani, are you in the chat? If you're in the chat, say something. So maybe somebody in the chat can actually help you as well. But if not, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. There we go. There's Amani. Amani's right there in the chat. So if you have a question about your tickets for the convention, she can take good care of you. And speaking of that, you guys know the All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. And basically, the theme for this year is you are your own black leader, and basically we want you to open up the black leader inside of you, because that's what I believe is going to be the solution. It's not going to be everybody doing the same thing at the same time, or having one great leader that leads everybody. It's going to be individuals and families, right, working together and just saying, okay, we don't care what's going on outside of this house, but this is how things are happening here. And if you have a series of strong families, then that's how you build a strong community. So that's the theme for this year, and we have a lot of speakers and panels and all kinds of stuff, and you're going to love it. The energy is always very, very good at the convention. So you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com, and it's going to take place October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. All right, so how far out will it be to see Powernomics training centers throughout the country? I don't know. If we raise the money, I tell you, I don't know. Somebody introduced me to Jaylen Brown's brother. The guy who just won the championship, and I said, yeah, I'll talk to his brother. Maybe I can get them to endorse a project or something, and help raise the money to do something like that. But it's something where, I mean, I tried to talk Kanye into it. I don't think he completely understood the vision. I think he's a little bit distracted, but maybe Jaylen can do what Kanye would not do. I would love to see somebody, put forth the resources. I don't want to make a nickel. I don't need any money from anybody, but I would love to see somebody put that kind of, and really you could do a lot with just maybe $50 million or something. Like you could really build a powerful template, hire some people and really execute that. And here's the idea, right? Here's what people don't understand is that people think that to understand economics at a high level, you have to have this deep, comprehensive education, and you really don't. It's really literally in finance. And I say this as a guy who's seen all the theories and all the, taking all the classes. There are like little tiny things you can do. Like if you have like, you can have like, if you limit it to maybe 10 rules that everybody followed or something related to investing in wealth, it would take the black community from the bottom to the top. Like we would literally go to the lead if everybody was incentivized to follow those basic rules. Very basic things. Invest 10% of your income in the S&P 500. Everybody's wealthy within less than a generation. Think about where you're spending your money. Right? Don't give your money away to other people. Work on your families. Work on the things that are not financial. That's what's going to actually protect your wealth. We talk about wealth and we talk about investing and people. I see people online talking about stock options that they bought that made money. Making money is not the most important part of building wealth. The most important part of building wealth really has to do with the things that money can't buy. It's creating an economic incubator in a space that generates financial fertility. See, there are some spaces where money will grow, and there's some spaces where money will not grow. It's just like a garden. There's some land that will grow anything, and then there's some land that is like a desert that's very dry. So the problem is that the areas where your economics is supposed to grow are like little deserts. You have a lot of economic deserts in your families created by bad culture. For example, undiagnosed, untreated trauma is a huge problem. That's why we created the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School. No other school has this. No HBCU has this, but we got the scientists that are working on this because we realized that the trauma levels are so high in the community, it's ridiculous. It is a virus that no one talks about. Trauma is everywhere. And in fact, if you go take the ACEs test, ACEs stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences, the ACEs test, I guarantee that most of you are going to have a very high trauma score. And what my beautiful wife taught me, who is an expert on trauma, she's certified on this, in addition to being a full professor of social work and a licensed therapist, she sees 4 or 5 clients a day. She was explaining to me all of the things that trauma causes you to do that you're not aware of. Trauma causes you to die earlier. It makes it very, very hard for you to have relationships. It causes you to make horrible economic decisions, all that. So just by not healing the trauma, that's probably costing the Black community several $1 trillion every generation. So if you're trying to really develop wealth in a community, you're going to have to heal that trauma. Traumatized people can't get together because when they get together, they start fighting each other. They trigger each other. It's like we're jabbing each other with little swords and cutting each other's hearts out. And then you're next thing you know, you're scared, or you're mad, or you want to fight, or you want to run, or whatever. You're having all these trauma responses, and trauma responses don't work well in business meetings. You can't have a good. Anybody ever tried to love a heavily traumatized person? It's impossible. Their feelings get hurt. Next thing you know, they trying to set your bed on fire while you're sleeping, right? Or they don't ran and they done ghosted you. They don't call you back, right? Or whatever, right? So these are the things that have to be discussed. You got to discuss it all. You have to discuss it all, and you need scientists, and we've got the scientists, we've got the people. So what the resources would do if we had, say, $50 million in a pot and said built out some sort of ecosystem, we would hire those scientists, right? And literally, instead of you spending all your time serving massa at whatever job you have, doing something that means nothing to the Black community, you would be applying all your energy and attention to solving these problems. That which you put your energy into is that which pays off. That's it. That if you put the car you put the gas in is the one that's going to go the furthest. So the Black wealth car doesn't go very far because nobody puts gas in the damn thing. But the white man's bus goes, it goes 10,000 miles because we're all pouring our gas into that. We're all putting our intellectual capital into that. We're all pouring our spare time, free time, everything else into that. So the things that we pour energy into are the things that will grow. The things that we don't pour energy into are the things that will not grow. So you've got to be in a position. Part of your freedom package, in my opinion, isn't just to have the freedom to do what you want, but it's also to have the consciousness of what to do with that freedom. So you got to understand, if you study something like stock options with me, and what I do is I talk about options from both sides, and I say, okay, if you are the person who does not have an option, then you've lost something. When you give someone an option that you used to own, they compensate you for it. So what they do every day when you go to work is they're buying an option from you. You have the option to stay at home and Netflix and chill or spend time with your kids, but instead you sell that option in exchange for a paycheck, which is just enough money for you to survive and get by, right? So let's see what happens when you actually have wealth. See, when you have wealth, you don't have to sell that option anymore, right? Because now you've got what you need. Do you follow me? Let me know if you're following this analogy. So you don't have to sell your option of freedom anymore because now you've got enough income. You're like, no, I don't need your little crappy job because daddy invested for me or mom will put some stocks in the fridge for me. So I'm fine. I'm going to be okay. So now you've got this option. Now you're wealthier because you've got this option in your hands, and then you have the ability to use this option in any way that you want. Follow me now, follow me. So you've got this option. You can apply this option anywhere that you want. Now you have to have consciousness to understand what to do with that power. If you are a man or woman with power or options or something of value or something of weight, and you don't have consciousness, like you're a blind person that's just going to throw it in any direction, then what you're going to do is you're going to waste your opportunity. And I've told you all 1,000 times that the word poor stands for what? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So when you are not conscious, you are effectively begging to be poor. Those who are not conscious of what you're doing with your power. What are you doing with your energy? What are you doing with your spare time? What are you doing with your intellect? What are you doing with this extra option that you have to do whatever you want? And unconscious people, they just waste it. They waste it. It's just like love. With love, you have the option to be with whoever you want. And if you don't value yourself or you're not conscious about who you're dating, next thing you know, you got a baby mama or a baby daddy that you hate. Right. And you're like, how did this happen? Well, because you weren't conscious. You had something valuable. You had an option. Options have value. This is one of the most fundamental rules of financial theory. When you have options, that there is value there, but you gave that value away because you did not see the value in what you had. Do you understand that? So anytime you see somebody who gets the blessing of being fired from their job, and when they get blessed by being fired from their job and they're sitting at home, they have the option of what to do with all this free time. An unconscious person wastes that option by sitting there and saying, gosh, I'm worthless because nobody's calling me. Because the white man won't hire me, then my time has no value. I'm worthless because he doesn't acknowledge me. But a conscious person says, oh, wait a minute, I've got a whole extra 14 hours a day. What am I going to do with this? I am suddenly blessed and endowed with all this wealth. And then consciousness and education, enlightenment, knowledge gives me a plethora of options, a plethora of ways I can use this newfound wealth called free time. Time, see, the prize is not the money, the prize is in the time. The prize is in the freedom. Money only matters to the extent that it can buy you time, that it can buy you freedom, that it can buy you peace, all these other things that we value. So when you have these things in your possession and you are conscious, to me, that is the most powerful you can ever be. Really, in my goal in my life, in my own life, I'm not trying to be powerful over other people. I just want to be powerful in my own space. And my goal is to have options, freedom, free time, and to be very conscious of what I do with that time. And I think when you do that, then what happens is you say, I'll tell you, like, for example, I know that I don't spend a lot of time doing stupid stuff. If I feel like something is stupid or a meeting is a waste of time or somebody's getting on my nerves, I walk away because I say, I think I'd rather use this time calling my mother because one day I'm going to hit an age where I won't have a mother anymore, and I need to go and pour that time into my mother, or I'm going to spend this time reading a book, or I'm going to spend this time with my wife, or I'm going to spend this time gaining a skill. Do you understand? So consciousness, I think, is critical, but then also freedom to go with the consciousness is powerful because if you are a conscious slave, then you will be tortured. Life is terrible if you are a conscious slave. It goes back to when James Baldwin used to say that when you're black and conscious, you're just going to be pissed off all the time. And I think that that's because because you're conscious of what freedom looks like. You're conscious of how valuable freedom is. You're conscious of what you would do with that freedom if you have it, but you don't have it. So you're in that horrible position of really desiring something that you don't have access to. So then you're like the lion that's in the cage that's roaring every minute, and the zookeeper puts his arm in there, you're gonna rip his arm off because you're dying to get out of this cage, right? So get that freedom, and with the freedom comes the consciousness, but they tend to go hand in hand. So I believe that if we really almost are meditative about this and really think about this, like, okay, what does freedom really look like? How do we acquire it? And then when we get it, what do we do with it? Then can't nobody stop us. We'll win every battle. You can't defeat a conscious, intelligent black man or black woman that has plenty of resources and plenty of self-esteem and knows who the hell they are and knows where the hell they're going. The world can't stop a person like that. So my goal, if I was running a system like this, a school system, is I would take that 50 million and I will pour it into a production process. I would mass produce millions of little black children that know who they are, that know where the money's at. They know what hard work is required to get it. They are very conscious of possibilities and opportunities, and they are assertive and very, very focused in terms of what the next step is going to be. And also they are healed, so they are collaborative and loving toward one another. So they can then go in as a group and kick everybody's ass, whoever tries to threaten the freedom that God gave them. That to me is the dream. That's the beauty. That's what's going to happen. That's what we're going to see it one day. Maybe we won't see it while I'm here, but that's to me the black community that will prosper. Right. So that's it, guys. I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. I hope this discussion was helpful to you. Tomorrow morning, we do financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. So if you want to come, bring your family. It's totally free. Anybody who wants to join, all you got to do, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And that's it. And also, if you want to take a look at my books or my wife's books or our financial flashcards for kids, things like that, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. All right, everybody, have a good day. God bless.